The trip took 9 days on the rough Atlantic, all the way to Bridgetown, Barbados. I still remember arriving. We boarded the bus to ride to the village of Vauxhall where we were going to live. Grandmother decided it was time for me to start in the village school. Years later, I would know what an important gift my parents had given me with my early education in the schools of Barbados. If I speak and write easily now, that early education is the main reason. Granny gave me strength, dignity, and love. I learned from an early age that I was somebody.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, maybe good morning to some of you, depends on where you are. My name is Lucy and I'll be facilitating this session. So I will start with an introduction, then there will be presentation by our speaker, and at the end, there will be also some space for you to ask questions if you have any before we close the session. To tell you a bit more about myself, I currently work as a compliance caseworker for UK government, particularly Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs. And I personally joined UNCTAD Youth Network 3 years ago, following the 2018 Youth Forum, which took place at the headquarters of UNCTAD in Geneva. And now I'm also a member of the UNCTAD Youth Action Hub in the UK. Our speaker is Professor Desire van Gorp. She's Professor of International Business and Chair of the International Advisory Board and Education Committee of the full-time MBA at Nine Road Business University. She also teaches a range of topics such as global sourcing, sustainable value chains, international trade and foreign direct investment, new technologies, innovation, and international business and diplomacy. She's also a member of various boards, including the Supervisory Board of UNCTAD, the Advisory Board of the WTO Chess Program, and the Board of the International Institute of Social Studies. So, as you know, this session, it's called Career Building on the Power of Storytelling. And the reason for this session is that in today's society, the ability to communicate effectively is becoming increasingly important, as it helps us develop not only human relationships, but also manage human resources. So we therefore must be able to communicate purpose and direction with clarity, integrity, and enthusiasm, with respect the needs and responses and opinions of others. So basically, the successful communication is more than conveying information. It's about engaging your audience. Whether you are pitching to somebody or presenting a meeting, it is the act of striking an emotional chord to compel your listeners to action, which is the reason why we have this session, as I mentioned. So we'll explore the power of storytelling, because the stories not only let us consume information, but they also allow us to experience information, and experiences are deeply tied to our emotions. So now I would like to pass the word to our speaker, Desiree, and she will tell you more about it.
Thank you so much, Lucy, for your introduction. And I think, well, you put really the hammer on the nail by saying how important pitching and especially the storytelling is. And I know I have 12 minutes, so I start right away with diving into some of the lessons learned, some of the things that helped me with storytelling, but also for enhancing my career and also personal life. And one of the things I think to start before we dive really into the pitching as such is an important thing that we overlook, and that is to know yourself. And I think that's one of the most challenging and perhaps also overlooked thing when you think about storytelling. So I would recommend everyone, no matter how old or how young you are, to start with what are your strengths and weaknesses. What are you truly enjoying? Don't wait until your retirement. I have gray hair, so I can tell you it's not the time to wait till your retirement. To do the things that you enjoy, start with it and integrate it in your career. So there will be more blurring between career and personal life, and you start from the beginning. And of course, obviously, not every day is something it will always be a rose garden, but try to really make sure that from the beginning you realize what you enjoy doing, and that is and also to think about what is critical for me to actually achieve that. So what do I need in order to get there? For example, for me, it has always been a learning environment. So I needed to have an environment where I can constantly learn. Otherwise, I get bored. I need freedom. So I can't be in a very strict, for example, corporate structure where I don't have the freedom. So I need freedom. So those were important elements for me to start my career. And it obviously, when you pitch and you do storytelling, if you know yourself, you are much more confident when you pitch than when you don't. So I would say that it's important, and move from I'm interested or I want to where do you add value in a specific context. I see so many people pitching, I want or I'm interested. That's all nice and well, but what is more important when you tell your story is how do you add value in a specific context. So always think about that. And then a second one, and I think is perhaps as important as knowing yourself, is reinvent yourself. And especially in this time and age, you need to reinvent yourself several times probably during your life. Well, either you really like to do that already, but most people don't like to change, so that's a challenge. But dare to make bold changes, especially when things go well. When you think everything is going well, that can also be very much a lock-in, because perhaps you have a job that pays well, it does this and the other thing, but are you really enjoying it? And if not, make a change and do it, and live your own agenda and not anybody else's. And live with the consequences. So it's much easier to live with the consequences of your choices when they are your own choices, rather than being the choices of your environment, other people. And I would say, with that, so knowing yourself, reinvent yourself, there is another thing: stay fit. And staying fit is important, not just, I'm not talking about it from a beauty perspective. I'm talking about staying fit mentally and physically. Don't Uber yourself through life, but walk, because it's important also for your mental health. And think of ceilings. Of course, there are glass ceilings, but the most important ceilings probably are in your own mind. So also when you pitch, when you tell your story, make sure that you remove the ceilings in your mind. And you all probably know, at least I have them sometimes telling me, oh, I can't do this because perhaps I'm not good enough, or there's this or there's the other thing. Those are the ceilings in your head, and they are much stronger than any glass ceiling imposed by the world. So if you shoot for the moon, remove your own glass ceilings. And another thing is, be part of the solution. So give oxygen to people around you. So rather than of course, there are a lot of challenges that you will encounter during your career, but always try to think of the solution, rather than sitting too much into what the problem is. But by being part of the solution, you give oxygen to people around you. And remember that success is not determined by what you have, but what you do with it. So it's, especially now with social media, there's so much that people share, and the world looks so almost so tempting if you look at others, what they have, and I think, please look at your own strengths, and see what you do with it, because that's much more important than what you actually have. And realize that who you really are shows when nobody is watching you. So what are you doing when nobody is watching you? That determines who you really are. And I would say, with any storytelling comes also be eager to learn. So it prevents you from getting bored, stuck in life, and arrogant. So be eager to learn, and that is a message I would say. Make sure you do that throughout your life. Now let's go into pitching, storytelling, and with that, very important terminology is personal branding. Jeff Bezos has phrased it: personal brand is what people say about you when you leave the room. So obviously, storytelling, pitching is important, not just from a career perspective, but I think in your life it is important, because by telling the story, by being able to tell your own story. That's why I started at the basis, know yourself and reinvent yourself, because by telling your story, you structure your own thoughts, and that helps you throughout your life, you will see. So let's start with the basis. What is the basis when you do storytelling? The first thing is know your audience. So know to whom you are telling the story. Only then you can speak their language and make it useful and relevant. And only when you really know what your audience is, you can make that translate. And that is very important for any storytelling you're doing. The second point is the story needs to have a strong opening, a middle, and a closing. Don't forget that. And these need these three elements need obviously to have your key messages, and make sure you repeat those key messages. Know beforehand what are my key messages, and make sure that even if it's a 2-minute pitch, so it's not the length that counts, but that you are able to repeat your messages, but that your story always has a strong beginning, a middle, and a strong closing, because that's what people remember when you've done with your pitch. And for preparing yourself for the pitch and during the pitch, it's very important that you ground yourself. So make sure that you find a way of preparing for any pitch, for any storytelling. Make sure you find a process that feels comfortable for you, and that you know what you do the day before. You can never prepare too much. And the real good storytellers, they know that you have to prepare. And also think about what you do those last 10 minutes before you do your storytelling. Make sure that you ground yourself, and that you find something that helps you to stay calm and to be able to deliver your story. And remember that a lot of people find it very uncomfortable to present. I think it's on the list of fears. It's the number one. It is even before illness, or before spiders, or anything. Presenting, and especially in public, is one of the most fearful things for people. So it's okay to be nervous, but make sure you ground yourself so that you can find some peace of mind in yourself before you start. And be very much aware which medium you're going to present. Is it audio, whatever it is? Make sure you know that in advance, and that you will have the best way of preparing for it when you do that, because obviously it's different when it's visualized than when you only have audio. So be aware of it, and make sure you and if you have a choice, of course, make sure you choose the way of communicating that fits you best. Now, if I look at the pitching, and I will end with that, with 3 key elements of pitching, and it's the logos. That's the first one. Does your pitch actually make sense? Does your story make sense? Is it useful, relevant? And is it easy to follow the logic of the story? So if you're really on top of it, and that it comes all back to preparing, can you easily tell it? Is it easy to follow, or are you still too much into the story that you're not really on top of it, and then it makes it very difficult to tell your story in a fluent way? So make sure that you prepare, so that you have the key message clear for yourself, and that you have structured your thoughts before you're actually going to tell the story. So for it to be clear for others, it needs to radiate clarity in your own thinking. That's basically it. If it's clear in your own mind, you're probably able to tell that story to others. And then the second element, so the first one was logos. The second element is pathos. And the pathos is, does your story, your pitch, does the delivery style have emotional impact? So does it create enthusiasm, energy, excitement? What is it creating for your audience? Is it creating a sense of engagement, a sense of care and belonging? That's the second element. And then the third element, and I'm going to end with that. So we had the logos, the pathos, and now we have the ethos. And the ethos is about, does your pitch and style come across as authentic? So is it convincing? Is it really you? Or is it a story that you have mesmerized, that you have memorized, and that you are telling? Or is it really you? And that's why it's so important that you know yourself, because then you can be convincing and authentic in the way you deliver it. So if the audience has a sense that that you really care about the topic you're presenting. So those are the elements I would leave you with, and I'm very happy to take any questions. And I thank you all, and I think it's such a great opportunity to share these thoughts with you for this incredible, important conference. And I so enjoyed the movies about Barbados. I wish I could be there. So thank you, Lucy, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, I would like to thank Desiree on behalf of all of us for like so many valuable tips. I think this is something that all of us will definitely keep with ourselves after this session and reflect on maybe later and try to apply them in practice in real life later on. And we actually started getting some questions from the audience. So the first question for Desiree is, how do we remove these glass ceilings or mental obstacles? Do you have any advice, please?
Oh, yeah. No, they are the worst. Those ceilings in your head. I think they're, as I said, they're worse than any ceilings that anybody else can put on you. I think it is a way of I mean, they will always be there. Huh? So these ceilings, whether it is your mortgage that you have to pay, and you say, I can't change my job because I have the mortgage to pay, or it is, I can't do this because I'm not good enough, I'm not there yet. I mean, they will always be there. I think a way to deal with them is to, for a moment, put them away. So knowing that they're there, recognizing that they are there, but not letting them take over. So recognizing, okay, they're there, and they sometimes are, there are good reasons for having them, perhaps, but then put them in a kind of a box for a moment, and then, okay, say, I will think about them later, but then let me now do the story without having them. And then later on, they can still come in. But so to put them in a box, basically, to have a box in your mind where you put them for a moment and you say, okay, quiet now. I know you're there, but now I'm going to tell the story without you for a moment.
Thank you so much.
And and I think, and that is one. And the second thing has very much to do with living your own agenda. I think if you live your own agenda and you've thought about your choices, the choices that you want to make, it's much easier to live with the consequences. So if you really truly do something you enjoy doing, don't let anybody, and I mean anybody, let them get them off your path.
Thank you so much for that. I think this is something we have to keep practicing. Like, it's not an easy task to pay this
No, it's not easy.
heads. But with the time and a lot of effort and just resilience, I'm sure we all can get there. So
that's an important word, Lucy, but the resilience. I think that is what it takes.
Thank you. So the second question is, what would you recommend is the best way to build confidence if you struggle with stage fright?
Yeah, I think, first of all, to realize that everybody has that. There is not one person. I mean, there are great books from speakers. If you see them live, you will say, well, they don't have it. Everybody has it. So that is one thing. So it's normal to have it. So that is the one thing to realize. Then the second thing is to prepare. If you are well prepared, and I mean well prepared. So I mean there is not, you cannot do it too much. So prepare. I think that is another thing. And three, the authenticity. So stay close to yourself. The closer you are to yourself, the closer the story is to you, and you really feel it and live it, the easier it is to tell, the more you feel confident. And then the fourth, perhaps, and that's what I meant with preparation, also thinking about the last 10 minutes. Find something, the last 10 minutes, that gives you that that sort of anchor and a peace of mind. So whatever it is, and that's different for everybody. You're a unique person, so it will be different. For one person, it may be you take a walk outside. For another person, it may be you lock yourself into a room for a moment and not talk and whatever, or take a tea or coffee. So, but find something that suits you best. So I think those four elements can help you, and remember that everybody has it. And that you're not alone out there.
Thank you. I really like how much you're actually emphasizing the fact that the preparation is one of the key elements for success, because it essentially also raises our third questions, which is how do you make a pitch powerful to connect emotionally with your audience?
Yeah, well, I think that also I like all those questions, because I think they all touch upon the basics, right, and the essence of this. And to touch your audience, I think it's very important that you know your audience. So what is relevant to them? The topic that you're going to tell them, why is it relevant to them? And how can you speak their language? So never start to talk in a jargon that only the insiders know. Always know who your audience is, and the moment you have the authenticity, so that it's really authentic what you're telling, you will find that connection. So rather than diving into your story right away, find something to connect with the audience. Look people in the eyes. So first connect and then start to tell your story. And it can help you also to sort of break the ice, to do something with an anecdote, or to get back to what the previous presenter or person that was telling something before you has referred to, or something that something that helps you to break the ice, to connect first with the audience before you even dive into the topic and really present your story. It helps to break the ice for yourself and for the audience.
Yeah, I definitely agree that like the emotional communication, trying to build this.
And we did it before this, right, Lucy? Where we didn't know each other that well when we started this, but we started to connect before this session even started. And that's important. I looked you in the eyes, you looked me in the eyes, and that's and I think that's a way to connect, right? And obviously, depending again on the medium you have, whether you can connect that way. So that's why it's important to know your audience, but also how is the setting of where you do your storytelling. It's also, if the more you prepare for that, the better.
Yeah, definitely, and especially when you really want to like make it personal with the audience. So following on that, can you please give us an example of a powerful pitch, please?
From a powerful pitch, you mean I have to do a pitch now?
Just an example. How would you make your pitch powerful, let's say?
Okay, how would you make your pitch powerful? Well, I think you make your pitch powerful if you have a strong opening, beginning, and the end. So if I now need to do a pitch about the pitch, I would say, okay, if you do a pitch, have a strong opening, and the strong opening could be, that you tell an anecdote about yourself. I can tell you an anecdote about myself when I was really not doing a good job, and when I was perhaps not doing all the things I just told you to do. And I could start like that, and I could start with an anecdote that I did the things that I learned from that and did it better. Then you need a middle, and that is another story to tell. And then you need a strong closing, and I think that is how you get a powerful pitch, and repeating your message, very important, and never ever go over your time. So rather prepare for less than for more. I hope I did that, Lucy, and otherwise you should fire me.
No, you did a really good job, and I agree that like the time management is very important. It's very crucial.
Yeah, a lot of people think, oh, we have 10 minutes and then it becomes more. But, sometimes you won't get more time. And then if you haven't told your message, it's very sad, because today also a lot of the job interviews go online, and perhaps internet is not so good, or this, so something is failing. And if you haven't told your message, then it's out and over. So that's a very sad thing.
I don't myself. Absolutely, yeah, that's very true. And looking at the next question, I'm very glad that based on that, I feel like me and Desiree have built this like kind of personal relationship with the audience as well, because the next question is, what is your story and purpose?
What is my story? Oh, yes. Yeah. Well, I love that. My story and purpose. I made a career change. So I did something that I knew I could not continue doing. I was more doing consultancy, and I knew I couldn't sustain it. I didn't believe in the story anymore that I was telling. So I knew that there was a limit to it, and I made a career change into academia. So my story is that I want to be in a learning environment. I told you that before, is very important. So I found a learning environment at the university, being with young people like yourself, and having the freedom to touch upon different topics that I find important, and also to give back to society, in this case to young people, and help and support. And they give as much back to me. So it's not just that I am that I'm supporting them. They support me as much as I support them in making this world a better place. For me, that's key. And anything that can help that, and I think that's why I think education is so important, because it starts very young. And that's why I'm here on a Saturday with you, and I do that with joy, and that is every day. I get every day out of my bed with that feeling that I really am very happy with what I'm doing. So that is my story, that's my purpose, and that's what makes me tick every day.
Yeah, it really sounds like basically everything you said kind of brings us back to what you said at the beginning, like the importance of knowing yourself and really creating an environment for growth and freedom, reinventing yourself. So that's definitely like the base, or like great stuff.
And perhaps one thing that I recommended, the reinvention. So I know it's not, and perhaps it has been easy for me because it's in my DNA that I all the time want to look at things and punch it and see if it's still the thing I want to do. And I do it usually when everything seems to be very calm. And sometimes I really get tired of myself. I think, oh, there I go again, because I'm punching the things. Whereas other people would say, oh, it's going very well. I start to punch things and think, okay, is this really what I want? Is this really where I need to be? Could I do it differently? So the reinventing yourself, I think is very important. And if it doesn't come, let's say, spontaneously, make sure you build it in, because I think self-reflection and taking time for that is majorly important. And I can't stress that enough. Don't wait till you have a midlife crisis, because then you need to buy that leather jacket and the motorcycle. Do it before that.
Yeah, thank you. So moving on that, of course, as we mentioned, we will learn how to know ourselves, develop all necessary capabilities. But then what would be the next step? So do you have any recommendations for like activities or resources to actually find our best story?
Oh, goodness me. I think it's a lifetime. I don't think, or perhaps I'm very, I think, I think knowing yourself and reinventing yourself is a lifetime, is a lifetime. It's not like, okay, I'm done. Now I go to the next thing. So you see what I mean? So I think it's a continuously, it's a perpetuum mobile. It's a continuous cycle you're in. So I think that I would say you will feel more comfortable with yourself and more confident to do it the more you do it. And because obviously when you do it the first time, you make bold changes, all easy said and done, but it's quite something, right? For not only for yourself, but also for your environment. But the moment you are really closer to yourself, you feel more confident in taking those steps. Whereas before you think, oh, and if everybody goes left and I go right, how strange is that? So in the beginning you will think, oh my God, perhaps I also need to go to the left, because why do I always do this? Now, the more you know yourself and the more confident you become that whatever side you go, it's the side you want to go and that you can defend for yourself and for anybody else, and that you feel comfortable with. And then you feel comfortable living your own agenda and not anybody else's. So I would say not so much as a next step, but it is something that's because I think it's a continuous thing, but it will help you to do that.
Okay, thank you for that. We have last 4 minutes for Q&A. I can already see 2 questions we have, but if you have any more questions, please post them now and we'll try to answer them. So the first one we have here still is, what if we are not sure what our story is? Then we can't communicate with the outside world efficiently and translate to others who we are.
True. Well, I have news. I didn't know what my story was. I think that is something you develop. I had no idea. It may sound now that I had that story right from the beginning, that not at all. It's something you develop. So don't worry about not having your story yet. Try as much. You will find it. You will do different things. And I would say, especially at a young age, open your world. Don't stay into this sort of, don't think you have to stay into this sort of gear that you go. Try out different things. Do like participating in this conference that you do as with this youth conference and with the UNCTAD Youth initiatives. I think it's majorly important because it opens your world up. You come into contact with different cultures, different people with different views. I think opening up your world helps you in the end to find where you want to be. And that's a unique road, and let it be a unique road. Don't ever think that you have to take a road because somebody else does. So I would say in the beginning, try as many things as you can in order to find your way. And it will be a continuous thing. Don't think, because you have to reinvent yourself. So think of it as something that don't be too sort of focused on, I have to get my own story. You can tell your story, and also if that's a story that is not clear in your mind yet, but also about that you can tell a story. Like I tell you now a story about something that are not clear yet.
Great, thank you. And because just shortly running out of time, we have last 2 minutes, I will read the last two questions we have here. So the first question is, what is the process to reinvent yourself if you would have to describe it in steps? And the second question is, how long should a successful pitch be when looking for investing partners?
Yeah, well, I would say, let me start with the last one. I would say a maximum of 5 minutes and even better 2 minutes. If If you can do it in 2 minutes, if you have done more, you can always extend it to the 5 minutes. But I would start with the 5 and the 2 minutes and not more. So that is for the investment. If you look at investment pitches, I would start there, because then it's easier to make it longer than to make it shorter. And you need to be able to do it in 5 minutes, and I would say to do it in 2 minutes. Now, the other one, goodness me, I guess we have 1 minute left now, to reinvent yourself. I think, well, a very brief answer. It starts with self-reflection, right? It starts to really be very close to yourself, not living anybody else's agenda. Live your own agenda. See what you truly enjoy doing, and make sure you do that on a regular basis. And I don't mean you have to do it every day, but self-reflection as much as you can. But reinventing will be, in the end, if you do a lot of self-reflection and you start to really, I call it punching. So when the water is very stable and clear, I start to do this so that the water is, so that it starts to sort of make waves. And if you do that, well, I don't know, I don't have a target for that, but I would say do it on a regular basis, every year, every few years, to look at things again and to see whether that's really what you want to do. I don't think there are any clear sort of time path for it, but the moment it starts to be a part of your life, you will do it. You cannot stop it. At least that's my experience.
Oh, wow. I personally really enjoyed this session, and I hope you all really had a good experience. I think that Desiree has provided some really useful tips and share her personal experiences, so we can take them with us and develop our communication skills and bring our storytelling skills to the next level. And to sum up, I think that I can say that based on everything Desiree has said, that the stories we tell really have to come from our hearts. And the best communicators today are the ones who engage with their audiences on a very personal level. You really have to invite them to hear your stories and ensure they live up to the expectations. And also, as Desiree mentioned, you have to keep reassessing your capabilities, do these self-reflections to truly master your skills. And this is the only way how you can become an effective communicator. So just last question, or just a little question for Desiree. If you can maybe summarize in 3 words, or make a statement to close this session for all of us, what would you say, please?
Well, I would say that I loved the interaction. If you have any questions left, or if there is anything you want to know more or read more, make sure you send me an email. I love to answer that. I realized that I touched upon a lot of issues, and so feel free to be in touch. It's my absolute pleasure. And I would say take 2 things to start with before any storytelling. Know yourself and be able to and be open to reinventing yourself. And then together with the logos, the pathos and the ethos, I think you will do, and keep practicing, do it every time you can, doesn't matter, keep practicing. And thank you, Lucy, for this session, for your moderation, an absolute pleasure. And to UNCTAD and Arlette Verploeg, it's a real pleasure to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, as I said, this is definitely something we'll keep with us, and never give up. Nobody should give up.
Resilience, right?
Resilience, exactly. And if you fail, you have to reflect on, and next time you make it better again. So thank you to all the participants. Thanks to everyone who joined the call. Really hope you enjoyed this session and learned something today. And I'll end up this session now, so you can maybe grab a coffee before the next session commences. And I really wish you amazing time on Barbados, virtual Barbados trip. Enjoy other sessions as well, and wish you amazing rest of the day.
Greetings from Amsterdam to everybody. and have a great session, and congratulations to the organizers in Barbados. What a super conference. Thank you. Bye, Lucy.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye to the audience.
Out of crisis and catastrophe comes opportunity, yeah, for real change in the world economy, to reduce vulnerability and inequality. So we coming together virtually to expand opportunities for developing countries. At UNCTAD 15, we're solving trade issues, youth issues and gender issues too. Civil society and creative industries are part of the call to bring prosperity for all. Small island, big ideas, much more than the beach. Small country, big reach, touching the world virtually. We might be small, but proud people standing tall. Creative and hardworking, we bring Barbados to you. If you can't come to Barbados, we bring Barbados to you. If you can't fly to Barbados, we take Barbados to you. If you can't get to Barbados, we get Barbados to you. UNCTAD, Barbados welcomes you.
Strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song.
Brown skin doused in cocoa butter. She's a vocal lover, soulful mother of her own universe. A supernova occurs when we converse, cause the spark between us burns brighter than a dying star. It's pulling me in. The gravity of her presence within my life exceeds any other by far. So if I fall, the impact might leave a scar when it's all over. If it does, I might have a chip on my shoulder, heavier than a 40-ton boulder. That's a feeling I can't just shrug off. It's hard to let go when you're killing me so soft, so softly. Satin pillowcases for the days when you call me and say you on your way. If you were sent by the universe after I give you the world, it's only right that I give you your space. This is a lot of food for thought. I want to give you a taste of this soul food. You've been strumming my pain in every note. I hear my name, but I think I'm supposed to be killed so softly by you.
Strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. La, la, la.
If you've ever been to the Caribbean, I don't need to tell you how beautiful the Caribbean Sea is. Besides being a source of natural beauty, our oceans sustain the livelihoods and well-beings of more than 3 billion people and serve as a crucial asset in mitigating the rising effects of climate change. We need to rethink the way we interact with the sea to harness its potential while maintaining a healthy ecosystem. Sustainable tourism, regulated fisheries, and aquaculture projects can create valuable economic opportunities for local communities and young people and inspire them to pursue careers in the blue sector. Realizing the full potential of the blue economy will require including youth, Indigenous people, and other marginalized groups in coastal decision-making and support their skills development through trainings and mentorships to create suitable employment opportunities for the present and future generations. In this topic, we will delve deep into the blue territory as we explore the need for growing youth engagement in reshaping the ocean economy to achieve prosperity for all.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone that's joining us today for the third day of the Youth UNCTAD Forum, and to this session on the blue economy and what the blue economy looks like for youth. Now, the blue economy is the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihoods, and jobs while preserving the health of ocean ecosystems. Generally, an inclusive blue economy provides diverse economic and employment opportunities for young people in a range of established and emerging sectors. Young people have a comparative advantage in the successful implementation of these sectors as a result of their unique technological and entrepreneurial skills. But this can only be facilitated if an enabling environment is created where young people can effectively participate in the growing prospects of the blue economy. And that's what we will discuss today. Now, with that being said, my name is Riddim Prescott, and I am happy and honored to be your moderator today for such a vital, relevant, and rich topic and personable to us who live in small island developing states. So today, how the session will go, I will first introduce our esteemed panelists, then each panelist would be given 2 questions each, and then you, the audience, will be able to send in your questions via Slido and be able to interact and feel like you're part of this conversation as well. So without further ado, let me introduce to you our panelists. I will first start with who's with me in studio, Ms. Danielle Howell.
Hi, good morning.
Danielle Howell is a disaster risk management consultant who has worked with the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency and the Department of Emergency Management, where she spent 5 years as a consultant and a program officer. During this time, she was assigned to work closely with the Technical Standing Committee and Coastal Hazards and the Coastal Zone Management Unit to achieve the Tsunami Ready certification for the northwest coast of Barbados. Danielle received the prestigious Chevening Scholarship in 2020 and is currently concluding her Master's of Science in Coastal and Marine Resources Management at the University of Portsmouth. Thank you, Danielle, for joining us.
Thank you.
Tuning in with us via the Zoom is Ms. Jacinta Gomez. Jacinta Gomez is Oceania's Outreach and Project Director in Belize. Originally from Belize, Jacinta is committed to protecting Belize's marine resources, having spent much of her childhood on or near the water. In 2019, Jacinta received her Master's in Science in Environment and Development from the London School of Economics, for which she received the Chevening Fellowship. Thank you, Jacinta, for joining us today. And who will be joining?
Thank you so much for having me.
Great. And who will be joining us very swiftly? Honorable Minister Kirk Humphreys. Minister Kirk Humphrey is currently the Minister of Maritime Affairs and the Blue Economy in Barbados. He is the first minister to hold this post and was appointed in May 2018 as part of the new administration. The focus of the ministry is to explore new industries and revenue streams from the ocean while conserving and preserving the marine environment in the most sustainable ways. A trained social scientist and community practitioner, Mr. Humphrey believes that the blue economy can make a real difference for people in small island developing states. And with that, I'm thankful to be having this conversation with such amazing and extraordinary people. So let's get this conversation started today. I will first pose my first question to the Zoom with Jacinta. Now, Jacinta, many people may hear the term blue economy, but may not be too familiar with it. So yes, some may understand what it entails, but what more can be done to educate persons on the blue economy and the importance it plays in our livelihoods?
Thank you so much for that question. I think that's a really important question to kick us off today, because for us here in Belize, the blue economy is a relatively new ministry. We followed in our sister nation's footsteps, Barbados, and only last year the government has appointed a ministry and a minister with duties specific to the blue economy. So much of this year has been trying to define what that means for us, first of all. And the ministry has involved, various stakeholders, NGOs, the science community, the stakeholders on the ground, like the fishers, in helping us to define what that means for us. But in terms of reaching the youth, I think it's more important today than ever to start to integrate what the blue economy is into our school curriculums, because it's a relatively new area and a lot of people might not necessarily know, what it entails. I think starting from, the primary level, secondary, tertiary, starting to talk about the blue economy and what that means for small island developing states in the Caribbean, and how we can be stewards of these resources that we've been blessed with. I think that's really the most important thing. So the opportunities that lie in the blue economy, on one hand, yes, so, you can get into fisheries, you can, do sustainable tourism, but also, the conservation and the preservation aspect of it, I think is really, really important for us to begin to integrate that into the education system under that blue economy umbrella, because I know for sure it's already there, maybe under other topics, but really linking this type of narrative to the blue economy, I think is essential.
Okay. Thank you, Jacinta. And I do agree with your point of integrating it into the school systems. I feel like that's exactly where you need to learn it, from the primary level straight up to tertiary. Now, Danielle, you from across the Caribbean region and around the globe have been endlessly advocating for the need to build a more sustainable and resilient ocean economy. Now, how would you describe building that resilience in the blue economy? And can you explain what that looks like and what it entails for the wider audience?
Okay, so I think building resiliency starts with know your vulnerability. It's basically what hazards and what threats affect you. So within the Caribbean, we have climate-related hazards and we have managed use. We can come across oil spills, we can come across over-pollution, exploitation of resources, piracy, and everybody knows pandemics now. So once we know what we have threatening us, therefore then we can start to plan and act on that. So once we have a plan, and when I say plan, this plan has to be holistic. It has to be cross-sectoral, multi-stakeholder, and this is where the youth get involved in planning. So they can contribute to this planning. And we also plan with the worst case scenario in mind, because we never know what's going to happen. So all of this kind of build our resiliency. Also, we have to have outreach and awareness campaigns as well, because if you want to be resilient, everybody has to be on the same level. Once we've done that, we then start to evaluate and reshape, because resiliency is not only about bouncing back, but it's also to take case studies and look and see what other persons are doing so we can help shape ourselves. Finally, I'd like to add that resiliency is a rather complex process. It takes time. It's not based on short-term goals, but we have to look at the long-term aspect of it, and that's where we have inclusive resiliency as well.
Great,
Okay.
Thank you for the answer. I really love when you said, knowing your vulnerabilities, because you only can build and recover and, make something better unless you know, like, where it starts and what's the problem.
Yeah, exactly, because you don't want to be blindsided by things happening. So once you know exactly what you're vulnerable to, then you can build your resiliency on that.
Thank you. Okay, now, Minister Humphreys. So Barbados is being positioned to become a global hub for climate resilience and ocean innovation. So what are 3 critical topics Barbados works on, and why is the blue economy so important to this island and the region?
Well, first of all, let me say good morning to you and to all. And I already said good morning, but to Jacinta as well. Good to see you again. First of all, let us appreciate, and I'm very thankful for the definition Jacinta gave, and the complex, wide-ranging area that is the blue economy. For us, we focus on the blue economy because it is our ocean space. It's 424 times the size of our land space. And when I speak about the blue economy, I always say that that's 424 times the opportunity. Now, we came into office at a time when, luckily, the world was converging on the idea that we needed to do something about the ocean. But yet, within the Caribbean, we hadn't focused on it in a comprehensive way enough to make it ministerial. And that is why, when we came in, we created the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Blue Economy to be able to focus on some of these issues. Unfortunately, I think that we have to look very carefully now at what we're doing for mitigation. We have to look very carefully as well at what we're doing in the areas of adaptation, and these are huge topics, so forgive me if I am.
Yeah.
And I think one of the areas as well that we need to be able to focus on is on financing, because you're not going to be able to do any of these things unless you're able to effectively raise the financing. And the tragedy is, I think, and I've been making this point consistently, and this is point one, the tragedy is that for those in the developed world who've made commitments, they haven't kept their commitments. And therefore, developing countries are being asked to deal with emerging issues, whether they be in the climate, whether they be directly in the blue economy, without the adequate level of financing, and dealing with a threat that we could never have imagined and that never could have created. So the first thing we have to be able to do is to be able to get the adequate financing. And this is really a global question. And I think the UNCTAD Forum has to be the area where we raise this issue. I also feel that in this regard, because this is a youth forum, that perhaps young people's voices could be better heard than mine. And I would love to see more young people being involved in that area. In relation to adaptation, now we've done a lot of work. If you look across Barbados, I mean, what we call the boardwalk, which is a beautiful area, it is aesthetically pleasing. It is also, thank you, it is aesthetically pleasing, but it's also functional because people exercise on the boardwalk and so on. But that is really a system that we put in place to prevent any further damage to the coast and to the people who live on the coast as well. And as part of that, because I won't get into all of it, but as part of that, the bigger idea is, do we have the technical know-how? Do we have the science? And what do we do when we then get this technical know-how? And what do we do when we then get this technical science? And of course, in mitigation, we've already started doing a lot of things, right? We're moving toward renewable energy. We've been having very large conversations about ocean-related renewable energy. And we're also having conversations now, up until yesterday, we were looking at how are we going to set up our wind farms. You know, some are going to be offshore, on the north and in the south and so on. So these are areas, practical areas, that we are currently looking at. But there's so many things. And I mean, if we have time, we could delve much deeper into some of these issues.
Okay. Thank you. You taught me a lot about what can happen and especially like what Barbados is doing and will be doing. Okay, so we're going to move on again to the Zoom with Jacinta. Now, Jacinta, you're the representative from Oceana's, and Oceana's mission is to seek and to make sure oceans are more diverse and abundant by winning policy victories in countries. So what do you think are two main policies that governments should introduce that should already make a big difference for the creation of a sustainable blue economy?
Thank you for that very loaded question. And good morning to the Minister. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be having this conversation with all of the esteemed participants today. So in terms of policy, one thing from our experience working in the conservation community here in Belize is, I'm glad the Minister mentioned financing as well as having the technical know-how just now, because that's basically what I wanted to touch on in terms of policies that can be implemented that would make a huge difference right off. And it has to do mainly with transparency and accountability and having data-driven policies. So figuring out where the gaps are and then trying to get the financing to get the technical experts to fill those gaps so that all policies can be driven by data that the public also has access to. So that goes hand in hand with, technology and, e-reporting and having all these records, accessed on via the internet for just the general public. I think many times policies are made and the public might not have the information to be able to really understand the logic, the science behind it. So making that publicly available so that they can digest that and then, say, well, I support this as a conservation community, or maybe this can be done a bit differently to mitigate impacts here or there. I'm thinking of things in fisheries like fisheries audits. So doing annual fisheries audits so that the data is up to date. We know where the gaps are. We know where we need to work on. And then together, the government and all the stakeholders involved, the NGOs, the fishers, we can work together to kind of fill those gaps and then move forward in terms of what policies, what management structures we want to put in to be able to properly manage and also build capacity, build institutional capacity for the regulators like the various fisheries departments that are working across the Caribbean to manage that resource. I'm also thinking in terms of, coastal development. So when you have EIAs that aren't readily available for the communities that might be affected by certain coastal developments, then that creates some sort of friction. So having the information, readily available for the public and being transparent about the processes that are happening that are in place to mitigate those exact measures. I think having that accessible is really important and can go a long way in collaboration, as well as, improving the way forward so that we're moving together in terms of the vision we have for the blue economy. And it's not just, one-off ideas here and there. It's the entire country having a vision and moving together. Also, I feel because the blue economy is so relatively new, and here in Belize, we're, like I mentioned earlier, we're just starting to define what that looks like for our country. So I think there's sometimes this perception that, it's either or. It's either preserving or, quote unquote, destroying. So at the end of the day, it's about the people. It's about the livelihoods. It's about bringing benefit to the people that have depended on these resources, for their entire life, like fishers, and being able to strengthen and develop those areas so that they can continue to do that and their kids can continue to do that. So I think economic valuations of these resources could also go a really long way, because here in Belize, we know what we have. We know what we're blessed with in terms of our marine resources, our barrier reef. But sometimes it takes like transferring that into a monetary figure for a lot of people to click and say, oh, okay, now I get it. Our reef provides millions of dollars in shoreline protection every year. So we can't, afford to do anything that would destroy that. Or, 1 in every 3 persons in Belize depend on the fishing industry. So we can't afford to use destructive gear that will then compromise that, for all of these people. So economic valuations, I feel, of these natural resources that are a part of the blue economy and the driving force, the engine of the blue economy, I think could really go a long way in strengthening everyone's understanding of what it is, and also just so that the general public can feel, and youth especially, can feel that, they're a part of this process and a part of the developing and defining of the blue economy on a whole.
Thank you. Thank you. I really love when you said it's for the people, because we do all this work for the people and so that they can have a great life and a sustainable life. And as you said, like if people don't have access to the information and don't know what's going on, they wouldn't be able to join in these forces to actually like sustain and build a proper communities and a proper economy. So thank you so much, Jacinta, for that answer. The next person, Danielle. Danielle, you work on advocacy, and you're piggybacking from, you know, making people more aware of the blue economy, more of, you know, these policies and these systems. So you work on advocacy and communications about building resilience to climate-related disasters, which do affect the blue economy. So how can you support this, and what message would you give to those individuals who do not live in small island developing states and wouldn't have the first-hand experiences that we would?
So I would say that youths can foster advocacy by joining local and regional organizations which promote resiliency in the blue economy. So organizations such as the Caribbean Youth Environmental Network, they usually have international coastal cleanup every year. Shanna Challenger was here yesterday. She's part of the environmental awareness group in Antigua, and they're doing the big thing over there as well as it relates to the blue economy. And then there's Barbados Blue here. It's a private organization, entity, but I'm sure they all ask for volunteers to help with planting of coral reefs, to help with ocean cleanup, underwater cleanups, and also with the lionfish derby, because, you know, they're invasive species and they do cause, you know, they're a nuisance to our blue economy. So these organizations, I would encourage young people to join these organizations that they can, you know, help make an impact and foster more advocacy in the blue economy through them. I usually call these organizations foot soldiers on the ground because they're really doing this work. And then also with regards to advocacy and communication is, you know, holding stakeholders accountable, speaking out about it as well. Youths can also use their personal platforms to promote this. Usually a share and a retweet goes a long way. If you see something going on, a share, a retweet it, just to spread the word. With regards to countries that are not small island development states, and what we would call developed countries, the world is globally connected and is usually a chain reaction. What happens in developed countries ultimately affects developing, and I would say 10 times worse, because as Minister said, there's a lot of financing and there's a lot of human resources as well that we will have to institute. And I would therefore say, if you're truly our brother's keeper, then I would ask developed countries to also advocate for climate resilience, also advocate for a blue economy, because it affects us. So ultimately what they do affects us, so I would ask them to, you know, advocate for it as well.
Nice, really nice. When you were talking about like the different organizations, you know, that you can join, it made me think about, you know, like the Barbados Turtle Project and how,
I was thinking the same thing.
and then also how like a lot of people that come to our islands love to go and swim with the turtles. So then why not help and advocate for like the things that you want to see and things you want to do here in our country? So I love that you said, you know, join these organizations. And like, who doesn't love the ocean? It's so relaxing and nice. But also hold everyone accountable. And
that's key.
That is very key. That is very key. Okay, on to you, Minister. So we always hear, to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, youth must be at the forefront, especially when highlighting as Sustainable Development Goal 13, which is climate action, and SDG 14, which is life below water. But what mechanisms can be put in place to meaningfully include youth beyond the dialogues and advocacy campaigns?
Okay, so first of all, let me say I think all the SDGs are important and that they're so tight and that all are linked directly to the blue economy. If you're talking about the first, and I mean, if you're talking about reducing poverty and ending hunger, you're really still talking about the blue economy. And so I don't like necessarily to compartmentalize blue economy to 13 and 14, though of course it's directly related. I also feel like we cannot at this stage PR our way into dealing with some of these issues. I think there's a need for serious education. And I don't necessarily mean bombarding people in a way that's difficult to receive or difficult to obtain and difficult to maintain. Like if you're teaching history and you're talking about the way we came from Africa to here, we came across the sea. And everything that is related to Barbados is related to the sea. So that young people should not be introduced to the blue economy later on in their life. They should be introduced to the blue economy throughout the process of life. Because PR might help us address the problem, but in terms of garnering a genuine affection for the ocean, that is experience, you know, and we need to tell that properly in our stories, in the way we educate our children, and so on. And of course, I like fora like these because this is important, and you know, for us to come and to share ideas across the region with like-minded people. And of course, the counter to that is also true. We need to find a way to reach young people who are not necessarily interested right now in the blue economy. And I think the way to do that is for those of us who are in the know to find a way to relate, only because at this stage, and we really have to change it, people should walk away from school not only loving the sea, but understanding that there is this balance that we have to strike. And this is the essential balance of the blue economy. We have to preserve on one hand, but make no mistake about it, we have to produce on the other hand. And that invariably all of this is for people. So we have to be able to understand that. And so I would like to think that we could engage other young people. I've just been working with a young team to be able to take blue economy and climate change, because I've determined now that I must keep them related. And to take these issues to regular people on the street. So via community interaction, and I'm saying we cannot PR our way out of this, we cannot PR our way into an education. A proposal was made to me recently that perhaps I should have a young desk in the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Blue Economy. Well, I'm not keen on it, only because I figure the public service sometimes can dull one's imagination. And I would not want to do that. And it's, sometimes people cannot receive the ideas of young people well. And I really feel like when I'm in a room with young people, I am struck and I'm completely in awe. And so I want to take all the ideas and see how we can work with them, but I don't want people to be blocked. This is, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do this. But it is an idea that was shared with me and perhaps one that I too will take forward. And then, of course, there are a number of projects on which we are working. And I do not people who are in a young space, like my friend Rashana Trim, but people who work in this space know that I say, do not sell yourself only as a youth person. That's not who you are. You are young, yes, but everybody's young at some point in time. You are young, and you're passionate, and you care about the earth, and you care about the ocean, and you understand the biodiversity, you understand the threats. Come to the table and say, look, these are the things I want to discuss. So bring that in addition to your youth. So there's work for the government to do on our end, but there's also, I think, some work on the other end. But there is tremendous value. So I want to reach out to all young people and to work with young people. I want to think that we have to be open-minded on both ends. I have to be able to receive the advice. I think young people also have to be able to receive the advice. But invariably, we all care about this ocean space, whether we care about it intellectually, whether the young people in my community who don't understand what blue economy is, but they go to the beach every Sunday. They go pot fishing, some of them in places that we will be addressing very soon. I hope they still support me after that. But there's some places that they go pot fishing that I don't necessarily support. I'm just saying the blue economy is very important and that young people can be involved in a number of ways.
Go ahead.
I was just saying that I agree with Minister Humphrey. With regards to youth, I find that usually when you label certain things like internships, people don't take them as seriously. Instead of calling them, consultancy or whatever the case is. Because if you say this person's an intern, when you get to the table, that's an intern. They don't take it as serious.
We're the serious people.
So when you say, okay, this is a young consultant or this is a consultant, then you start to take issues more seriously. So you start to get respect based on the title as well. So, I do support that post in your ministry, but, let's word it.
I take your point. See, so you help me shape my thoughts.
Yeah, I do agree. I really do hope you do put that post. But I also like the line you said you can't PR your way through it. And, the way that you're speaking, it kind of makes me kind of hopeful about, the hands of our blue economy and, the vision that you have. And I think that's something that young people want to hear. And I also agree that it's not in schools, because I was even thinking about my syllabus in schools, and I only go back to geography, and within geography, I didn't really get much about the blue economy. I only started learning about it more at university, and that was on my own accord, because I didn't even, do it. But I also wanted to add, Jacinta, do you have anything to add to what Minister Humphrey said or what Danielle had to say?
Yes, thank you so much. I agree fully with what both were saying. I love Danielle's reference to foot soldiers and the ministers, the way he said you can't PR your way through this, because our team, so the outreach team at Oceana, we have field representatives in each district in Belize. We're not an island, so some districts are inland and not necessarily as connected to the sea, or they're not seeing it every day than someone that lives on the coast. But it's really about meeting people where they are and being able to get into the classrooms or get into the businesses and, you know, show these pretty pictures on screen, but motivate them to go out and see it for themselves, because so many, you know, Belizeans don't or haven't been able to experience this for themselves. So it's really a different thing when you're talking about it and you're talking about the importance of protecting it. You know, seeing is believing. When you see this for the first time, you automatically fall in love, and it's something that you want to be a steward of.
Thank you. That was a very nice point to add. I just want to also take this time to talk to you, the audience, and see if you had any questions. Remember to remind you to send your questions to Slido so that you can also interact with this panel and get your voices heard on today's session. So I'm just going to look and see if there's any questions on Slido. Okay. The first question, we do have some questions on Slido. And the first question is, how can governments equip local youth to lead and take advantage of the blue economy instead of external companies that do not have the same sense of protection and ownership of the Caribbean Sea? Mr. Minister Humphrey, this one's for you.
Yes, of course. So I wouldn't want to dismiss the necessity to partner with people who are from the outside. The truth is that there are many things that we do know, but likewise, there are many things that we do not know. By our own admission, we would say, as you just said, that in school we weren't taught a number of these things. So there are many things we don't know. As the blue economy emerges, there are a number of new jobs that are going to be created, right? So people require new expertise and new skills that exist in the world, but do not necessarily exist in Barbados, and maybe not necessarily in Belize. And at some point, you're going to need those skills. The tragedy would be that if at the end of a certain period, if at the end of 5 years, 10 years, or if it's a short-term project, at the end of that project, if I'm still relying on the same outside expertise. Now, that would be the tragedy, because it would mean that I haven't set a system that would pass on the information and the knowledge and the technical capacity, which is what we really need to do. So I don't want to dismiss the need to partner, because we've had really good partners with the UN, whether it be UNDP, whether it be UNICEF. Barbados has benefited significantly from partnership in our fisheries with the FAO, with IDB, and so on, who've brought in technical expertise and so on to be able to help us. So I don't want to dismiss that. But in relation to being able to help young people to lead, I see this in two ways. I understand leadership as an experience. You know, I do not think people are leaders necessarily. I am in a leadership position. This position can be taken from me. Do you exercise leadership is another question that can never be taken from you, regardless of your position. And I'm saying that to say that people can exercise leadership wherever they are, and that you do not need necessarily to be in a senior position to exercise leadership. In fact, oftentimes being in a senior position of authority kind of prevents you from being able to exercise real leadership. I want to empower young people, oftentimes outside the government. I want to financially help support some youth NGOs in Barbados. And I'm working with two now, and if there are more who have an interest in the blue economy, as you will see very soon, there are about 2 or 3 that we're working with, and I'm saying, these are your ideas. I will help you finance them. I will put you in contact with the right people. You go with your project. You lead. And to be able to do that. And so very soon you're going to see us rolling out about a few community-based projects, because I'm at heart a community-based person. And so I think that kind of leadership is going to be important. And of course, if a person has technical skills, like in my office now, the person who's helping with maritime issues, this young lawyer, Najla, who's brilliant, but very young. And if she were here, she would tell you that I've given her pretty much free rein. And she's brought our shipping legislation from the dark ages to a very modern, proactive. So I mean, I'm willing to work with young people. If the person who asks the question has a specific skill and interest, they could always reach out to me, and I will see how I could help them too.
Nice. You see, the type of leadership you're talking about is like lead from behind. It's like you're giving them the free range, but you're still like molding them and like mentoring them. And that's the type of leadership that we do need for young people. And you heard it here from the minister. If you do need help with something, he's willing to help. The next question that we do have is actually based on what we were talking about, on putting putting the blue economy more in the school system and teaching people from the school about the blue economy. So their question is, how can countries actually integrate the blue economy into the school and education system? This question could either be for you, Danielle, or Jacinta. Actually, both can answer the question.
I think I will share with Jacinta.
Okay.
But for me, the blue economy, it was always there, but we didn't know it as a blue economy. So from, small, we were going to the beach, we were watching fishermen, we were seeing jet ski operators, we were seeing all these things happening, but we didn't know it was a thing. In the last decade, it evolved, and, because we started to get impacted because of, these climate-related issues, SID started to have a voice about it. So it became something. So, we have to go with the tide now, and we have to let children know, and, the education sector know. We have to bridge the gap between the two, that, this is something. And as you said, in geography, you didn't know much about the blue economy back then. So we have to integrate these things into the school system. And I had an idea, just of, getting these projects within school to push the blue economy. The whole aquaponics, aquaculture, start with pilot projects and let children know that these aren't traditional jobs, but it can be. These can be something that you can get into once you have the idea, once you have the willpower, and just let them know that, the blue economy, this is a thing, it's here to stay, and you can get involved. So once starting that within the curriculum, both, through academics and also hands-on experience, I think that we can integrate it into the school system right there.
The thing is, children like to learn when they do stuff with their hands and they feel like they're part of something. Because that was me. I was always like an on-hands kind of person. So I think those kind of projects actually work, because also children's attention span is a little shorter. So if you actually have them feel and, do it, they'll appreciate it more.
I definitely agree. When I was in primary school, we had swimming every week, and that was, I look forward to that. I'm looking forward to go to the pool and participate in that. So that's also part of the blue economy, taking children to the beach, learn to swim. Maybe we live on an island, you have to learn to swim. So just integrating these things and taking them, this is how the cruise industry works. If you pollute, it goes into the waterways, different things. I find children are more receptive to more hands-on things than sometimes academics, straight academics. That's me. So I definitely understand.
I agree. Now, Jacinta, do you have anything to add?
Yes, thank you. Collaboration, for sure. I think utilizing NGOs that are working in your country, for example, Oceana here in Belize, if there was this partnership, we do this on our own, but we could reach so much more classrooms if there was, an MOU within the Ministry of Education to say, okay, you have the training packages and you have the team of experts, you go into these classrooms and make it, create the time for it. Because we reach out to teachers, on a one-on-one basis and say, we would like to present to your class. But of course, now with the pandemic, virtual is always a scenario. But trying to reach the classrooms and collaborating with the NGOs that already have this material readily available in, primary education level, secondary education level, and tertiary, and saying, yes, come, let's do this. Let's create a time on the weekly schedule for, this type of learning and doing. And we have other NGOs that do field trips as well. So learning by doing, going out to see how corals are replanted, doing seaweed farming trainings. These are things that a lot of NGOs here in Belize are offering. So I think it could be on a much larger scale if we start to collaborate more with the government entities and try to roll that out on a larger scale. I think it could be really great because, like I said, these are things that we already have. So it's just a matter of creating a system and a process whereby it gets to the people that, can benefit from it.
Yeah. Collaboration is key. I do agree with that, Jacinta. It really is. Now we have another question from Slido. So we've gotten Barbadians to notice the blue economy. Now, how do we get them to value it? This could be Barbadians and just generally anyone. To value it more as a legitimate means for earning a livelihood beyond traditional fishing and marine conservation. Is there something untraditional that we can encourage young people to do to earn? I'm posing this question to anyone on the panel.
Well, very quickly. So when we started in the ministry, we looked at a number of pillars. And the pillars that we envisioned, we've been editing it as we go along. So if you ask me this in a year and I say a different answer, is because we're adjusting. The first we looked at was transportation, maritime transportation. And that was both domestic and international transportation. And the need for us to improve the legislation, but also to have in place the necessary structures and systems and so on. And we were audited in Barbados in 2018 by the International Maritime Organization, and in June, when we just become the government. And they found 22 or 23 areas of significant concern. A lot of it was legislation, but a lot of it was in relation to not having the post and the positions and the people in place to be able to do some of the work that's necessary. The truth is, many people did not even know those posts were necessary. I'm saying that to say that there are immediately jobs that come to my mind now that we're going to need to fill in the next few months and years, if only to meet the IMO standards, but because it is necessary. I also feel like we've recently started training in the STCW, which is going to be necessary, the standards of training, certification, and watchkeeping, which is going to be necessary to work on ships and to have a number of young people be able to work on ships. And in our conversations with the cruise ships and the cargo ships, both have said to us that they want to have Caribbean people, I was going to say Barbadians, but just into, Caribbean people on board, and that therefore that is going to be an area of opportunity. And it's not only at the lower ends. You can train nurses, as we are now at the community college, and giving them the extra training for maritime, and doctors, so that you could have persons throughout the various jobs on the ship. That's one. That's in transportation. Then very quickly, we also looked at fisheries. And traditional fishing, yes, we have to make the adjustments, and Jacinta made the point, we're about to address some issues in our regulations to be able to deal with some of the fishing things that we shouldn't be doing. But there are going to be new areas. In Barbados, there is an aquaponics farm, and we've trained, as it stands, about 100 young people in aquaponics. As it already stands, we've been training young people now in new ways of fishing. Last year, we trained 1,000 young people to swim. And so just to get people's, mouth wet, the ideas wet on the blue economy and the ocean. And to answer the first question very quickly, I don't think we need to educate people on the blue economy necessarily, not when they're young. We need to inform people about the sea, what it means to us as Caribbean people and the ocean, and so that you start a love affair. You don't begin it as this kind of like, you don't learn math as calculus, do you? So it is that you've got to gradually, in an age-appropriate way, introduce people to things. And there are going to be a number of jobs in biotechnology. That's a big area for us. Many of us don't have these skills. And of course, because we want to have those skills, then, we have to begin to train up people. So there are a number of jobs coming. I mean, we could list them. Barbados is about to designate 2 areas as marine managed areas, on the west coast and the south coast. To manage that space, we're going to need new people. And we've already been having the conversation about what are those posts going to be, who's going to be able to fill them, do we have those skills in Barbados? And very recently I've been in conversation with the Ministry of Education, because we now have to change the way we've been educating our young people to be able to fill these emerging jobs that, that's why I like talking to young people, because when they start telling you about their dreams and aspirations, like, we're not even there yet, So I think there are a number of opportunities coming in the blue economy space. And again, if persons know, because we don't always know everything, and it's difficult for governments to accept that. We don't always know everything. And young people have been reading wider, they're interacting wider, they bring so much more ideas. And therefore, if you have an idea, just bring it also to the table so that we can benefit from it. I am not one of those persons, and I think most regional governments now in relation to the blue economy, the thing is, when you're a politician, because at the end of the day, I'm a politician, right, in the minds of people, you have to say at the end of the day, this is what I've done, me. But it's not about me, it's not about us, so that if I could work with Oceana, or as I've been doing our Barbados Blue and Barbados, our Blue-Green Initiative, and they go do the work. It's about the work. And at the end of the day, it's about the results. And furthermore, it's about the people who benefit from those things. So I don't get to claim it, but I don't need to claim it. I need to know that there are people who've been educated, jobs have been created, livelihoods have been enhanced, and that perhaps we had a role in all of that.
Those are great points that were made. have me speechless. But do you have anything to add, Danielle?
I support everything that Minister Humphrey has said. And he also spoke earlier about having more renewable energy and the offshore wind coming to the island. So hopefully that again, that's something that's new to us. So hopefully that's something that in terms of education that we can get in, as he said, to work with education and reshape, the curriculum, and for them to know that these are things that are coming. And so we can tailor, students coming up, that they can get involved in this sector, because when you're in school, you do math because you want to do accounts, or you do chemistry because you want to be a pharmacist, scientist, whatever the case is. So now the economy is something to look forward to. So before you do these subjects to match these professions that are coming.
I totally agree.
Yeah,
I agree. So we're having more questions coming up on Slido. So this question I'm going to post to Jacinta. To the youth who are listening from non-island countries, what can we do to help the blue economy? What can they do to help the blue economy?
Thanks for that question. Well, we are all so interconnected. I mean, the ocean, we have more ocean and water than land in the world. So there's so much more to be learned, I believe, from the ocean. And I think even if you're not living, in a coastal community, or if you're living in a landlocked country, I think just being informed about the decisions that you make in your daily life and how that impacts the oceans is key. Climate change, it affects all of us. And we all, at the end of the day, need the ocean to survive. So we need a healthy living ocean to survive. So even if you're not seeing this on a day-to-day basis, you should know that it does impact you, it impacts your health. And so just doing things in your daily life to reduce, greenhouse gases, making better choices, supporting businesses that are making better choices in terms of reducing those emissions. I think that can go a long way. And of course, engaging and having these types of discussions with family and friends can also go a long way in educating them about, what small island developing states, the challenges that we face in terms of this being our bread and butter. So many of our, residents rely on these resources for their day-to-day, for their food. And so kind of putting that into perspective for your family, your friends, and just educating yourself, I think that really can go such a long way in terms of the discussions that are had on social media and in your day-to-day life.
Yeah, I totally agree with everything you're saying, especially with educating yourself, because even though we still have these forums that can educate you, the internet is endless, and then you can do as much research. And it also starts on a personal level. You can just change some of the smallest things within your lifestyle to just help with not only the blue economy, but the ocean and everything. So those are great points that you made, and I definitely agree with those. Do you all have anything to add in terms of what people from non-islands can help with?
As I said, persons that are from non-islands as I said before, is a chain reaction basically. So what they do affects us. I remember earlier in the year, there was a blockage in the canal that had cruise ships backed up for days, and that ultimately affected transportation. That ultimately affected shipping. So basically, again, that's a great example of it's connected.
Yeah.
So they're when they advocate and they put measures in place to help themselves, it ultimately helps us. So once they're build their resiliency and they do what they have to do, then ultimately we react to it better, and we have a better chance of having a smoother journey.
That's true. That chain reaction, you definitely feel it, especially for us living in small island development states. So I'm going to go back to the slide where we have more questions. And this question is, how much more room is there for more marine-based, another question. That question was switched. How can citizens of big ocean states promote more food security despite steps taken to protect fish populations? I will pose this question to Jacinta. Do you want me to repeat the question again?
Yes, I was just going to ask.
Yeah.
Please.
How can citizens of big ocean states promote more food security despite steps taken to protect fish populations?
Okay, so at Oceana, we believe in saving oceans and feeding the world. So we are of the belief that if we fish the right way, then we can fish forever. We can always rely on the ocean to feed us. Being vegan or choosing not to necessarily eat fish is something that not every country in the world, has the benefit of having that as an option, just because of the prices of meat. And this is something that a lot of people in Belize, and I'm sure in all of the Caribbean, depend on for protein. So being able to cast your net or drop your line in the sea and pull up a fish to eat, that's something that we can't necessarily advocate for everyone to go vegan. But if you are in a larger country and not necessarily a part of the small island developing states, it's about, again, knowing what your country is doing out there in terms of fishing and industrial practices that can be harmful in the long run to countries like us, because we are also interconnected. There are no gates in the ocean to say, well, this fish is from the UK and, it should say in the UK, or it's from the Caribbean, so it should say there. Everything is interconnected. And so really trying to advocate against these destructive practices. Industrial fishing, there's a lot of things that can be done differently there. Small scale fisheries in the Caribbean, as I mentioned, we work on promoting more responsible fishing there. Things that aren't as indiscriminate, that take a whole bunch of fish at the same time. So being very selective with the gear choices, because those choices are selective in terms of the fish that you are able to catch, or even when you pull up a fish, if you see it's a protected species or a fish that you're not supposed to catch, you can throw it back. Some gear don't give you that option, because by the time you go back, the species is already dead. So I think just becoming more aware of the practices of your country, and if you see something that doesn't add up, or you think, wow, this is really destructive, I think just making that known or advocating and using your voice to say, well, hey, we could do this differently, or we need maybe a marine protected area because we're depleting this one fishery. So educating yourself. There are a lot of NGOs working in this type of marine related environment, and there's a lot of science that has been done, a lot of data that has been done, that you can research and figure out what's being done and what can be improved. And just by knowing for yourself, you can then internalize that and speak up about it and discuss it with your friends on social media. Again, I think it's really important to have these discussions and have youth, because at the end of the day, you have a voice, you have a vote. So, this is your power. Utilizing that voice is your power at the end of the day.
Can I just add very quickly?
No problem.
Very quickly, because, we are, if COVID hasn't taught us that we are all threads in the same fabric of life, nothing will. We're all just different threads in the same fabric, all affected by the same things. But the question, first of all, I spoke about big ocean states, and big ocean states is, so people know, it is just the way small island developing states have chosen to flip the narrative and to say that we are not, don't see us as these vulnerable, weak, puny, small island developing states, see us as who we are. We have big oceans, we are big ocean states. And so you're not talking about different states, we're talking about the same people, but a reimagination of who we are. And so that's the difference. The question, however, has in it an implicit lack, I would say, of understanding of what we're trying to do, because it says, how do you, in terms of food security, maintain food security while we continue to do these things to preserve the ocean, right? While we continue to implement the various things, but they're related. So we do not come up with marine managed areas or marine protected areas, because he says, how do you do, despite was the word he used, or she used. The marine managed areas that we're imagining in Barbados are not meant to deny people's food security. In fact, the reverse is true. It is meant to ensure that people have food security. If we continue to overfish, eventually there will be no fish for people to catch. And all the science has shown us that if we have marine managed areas or marine protected areas, that you can generate significant amounts of fish over time, so that you generate more fish. If we say to fishermen, for example, the techniques that you're currently using that you know very well, the traditional methodologies that you know very well, that you use to catch fish, are going to damage the fish stock over time, then maybe there's going to be a point at which, even like a graph, right, it's going to go downward, but eventually it's going to come back up, because even though you may not catch the fish, as Jacinta said, eventually it's still going to be there to be caught later on. If I say to you that the size of the fish you're catching is too small, and therefore in Barbados we're going to have regulations very soon in relation to the size of the fish a person can catch. It is not meant to deny food security. That fish never had the opportunity to spawn. So it is meant to ensure food security. So there's no inherent paradox in what we're saying. There's no contradiction in what we are saying. And I think one of the things that we have to be able to do effectively, perhaps, and you know you're into communication advocacy, is how do we communicate properly to people that the techniques that we are implementing are not meant to deny people the opportunity to eat, but it is meant to ensure that people can eat in the long term. And so I think that is perhaps part of the challenge that we have to face.
I definitely think that communication and understanding is like key in this area. You know, persons have to know that, you know, if you do this now and you take entire bulk, there's going to be none for later.
Yep.
So it's really, the key thing is to understand and for them to know, you know, what the results are of these practices now.
I was going back to you said of communication. As a communication consultant, it's all about the messaging and the wording, because I find that why people don't understand, say, about the marine life or about blue economy is the jargon.
Yep.
And you just have to, I wouldn't say dumb it down, I say make it more relatable.
Yeah.
Make it for everybody in their everyday lives. That's just the way of doing it. And I also realized that more people were talking about, you know, the fishing industry. Like last year when that Netflix documentary came out with Seaspiracy, you had everybody talking about, oh, should I eat fish? Should I not eat fish? And it was like, am I helping? Am I not helping? And that just goes to like, that's also when it goes to like where you would get more research. Because I like when documentaries like that sparks conversations, and then that makes you go and be like, okay, I need to read up about this. I need to figure out what is actually happening. And that's also the definition that we have of blue economy, is about preserving, not just stopping, but preserving. That's two different words.
Absolutely.
I also like to use case studies when speaking to people and to show them what has happened. So they could, it makes it more relatable. So this happened this place, and it's possible that it can happen here if we don't take these measures to curb it or to nip it in the bud before it gets to this. People only really understand through either experience, having them. We don't want that experience. We don't want it to happen. Or seeing it happen to other people and then, you know, getting the idea and getting the picture of, oh, you know, what they're saying, you know, may be true because I've seen it happen this place. So, you know, it's basically either experience, and we don't want that to happen, or looking at some, you know, somewhere else that has happened so they can get the picture and, you know, we can nip it in the bud then.
Okay, we're going to go back into Slido. We have another question. How can we integrate marginalized communities into the blue economy? I'll start with Jacinta. If I'm taking on her.
I just wanted to quickly add to the last discussion. I like the idea of case studies, but here in the Leeds, we don't even have to go elsewhere to look at those case studies. You know, fisher folk that have been doing this their entire life can tell you, you know, anecdotally what they see and what the changes that they've seen in their lifespan in terms of fisheries that, you know, they used to catch by the dozen back then, or the glory days of fishing back then, and now, you know, they have to go further, they have to go deeper. So utilizing the actual stakeholders and the beneficiaries of the product themselves to be able to communicate this to the public, to the government, to whoever needs to hear it, to be able to enact, you know, that type of policy that can help us to preserve and, you know, continue to use this as income generation, but not just for today. So not short-sightedly, you know, to be able to do this and in a sustained manner. I think that definitely can go a really, really long way. But in terms of, can you repeat the question? Sorry, I tracked there. But marginalized communities, how can we integrate them into the blue economy? Is that the question?
Yeah, that was the question.
Okay, so again, I think that because we are who we are, people of the Caribbean, and it's part of our daily life. You know, for speaking for as a Belizean, we all identify so much with our marine resources. It's almost second nature when you say I'm from Belize and we have the second longest barrier reef in the world. It's almost like you're saying your name, and that's something that we identify with so strongly. It's a point of pride for I think every Belizean, our marine resources, and knowing the benefit that these resources give to us directly and indirectly every year, I think is something that goes a long way. For the marginalized communities, it's again educating them, and seeing is believing again. So, the opportunities that the blue economy opens for countries like ours, I think looking at what already exists, so yes, fisheries, yes, marine-based tourism, but what else is there that we can be doing? What other opportunities, are there? For example, here in Belize, when fishers, fillet fish, they oftentimes discard the entire head of the fish. What can we use that for? Is there something else we could be producing with that so that we have less waste? How can we bring in people to help us process, the whole fish so that they can also make an income off of that? Seaweed farming, this is something that we are a relatively new industry here in Belize. We're experimenting with, we're doing trainings. Is this something that we could export? How can we train people that may need jobs on seaweed and how to cultivate this? Very hands-on and something that trainings that can be replicated pretty easily across the country. Other things, I mean, the opportunities are endless. I think just having that vision of what we see as a blue economy is really important. So defining that clearly for the country. I like when the minister mentioned the pillars that they have in Barbados. So what your focus is, going into this planning and strategy session and having your roadmap that, okay, this is where we want to focus and these are the opportunities we want to really map out and see how we can bring people from the country into this economy so that they can benefit. Just to repeat again, at the end of the day, it's about people, it's about livelihoods. So that really is the backbone of any economy, including the blue economy.
That's true. That is very true. And I will say having that action plan does help people to understand where you're going, and it helps you to understand the outcome that you want to create. Minister Humphrey, you did say earlier that, you are a community man, and you want your communities to be able to appreciate the blue economy. So going more in depth into how you're going to help integrate those communities into the blue economy?
Well, I think we have to understand the idea of being marginalized and community differently. And for community, for me, it is my geographic community, but there are also marginalized demographic communities. Am I treating well to women? Am I treating well to young people? What could I do to advance, the certain demographics that are not benefiting necessarily from what we expect to be the bounty in the blue economy, which is another conversation, but one that I feel is important, especially within the context of the SDGs. In terms of my own community, and I will use my community because in every measure it would become a marginalized community. If you look at socioeconomic standing, the constituency that I represent would not be considered to be wealthy. If you look at it in relation to its vulnerability because of our proximity to the ocean. And in fact, we have in Barbados a National Coastal Risk Information Planning Platform. We call it NCRIT. And NCRIT basically tells us the communities in Barbados that are most exposed in the event of some storm event, whether it be a Category 1 hurricane, 2, 3, 4, whether it be an earthquake. We didn't plan it for the volcanic ash. We never expected that, but it tells you, this is the likely consequence of certain events. The community that I represent is in the red zone almost on everything in terms of its vulnerability. I mentioned earlier that many of my persons go pot fishing in some of these areas. I have seen on more than one occasion pot fish being shared. It's a delicacy, and I cringe. But the reality is that I now have to have a way to have this conversation with them. And the first things that I've been doing is I find myself sometimes on the beach on Sundays where men gather and we're talking. I have the benefit of having a very good relationship with the people in my community. And I think that's the first thing. Nobody wants to hear from a stranger. And nobody wants to hear from an intellectual snob either. And that therefore you can be neither. You need to spend time building a relationship so that you can communicate the message to the persons who are most affected, who are the persons that you're going to require to change. And so we've been working to do that. I have had no conversations where we want to move some of the boats from using diesel to renewable energy as much as we can. So Barbados has just started a lease-to-own arrangement where we're building these boats, but they're going to be using significantly more renewable energy than fossil fuels. Because you can't take and not give. I mean, let's not be living a dream here. You can't just keep taking. You have to be able to say, okay, this is how I'm going to be able to replace. In relation to the practical fishing mechanisms and tools, like I know not being able to do pot fishing is going to be a very big deal. I mean, I know that. So we haven't initially determined that we're going to completely ban it, but there are going to be some areas where you can't, and there are going to be some seasons where you can't. And a lot of it I'm going to be depending on you. And I understand now that you're a communication specialist, Josita, everybody, to help us communicate the message as to why this is going to be important. People are to be valued, you see, and you can't have a top-down, approach to being able to ask people to change. And you can't come in with you can't parachute into the middle of people's circumstances like you're like Rambo or something and, bring solutions. The truth is you got to work with people, and so there's not a cookie-cutter approach. There's no one-size-fits-all. What I do in my area may not be the same thing that I do when I go on the West Coast, where I'm talking to a different community, vulnerable in different ways. It may not be what Jacinta uses. It's going to be different approaches, but what matters is that you understand the reality and that you have to offer people an alternative. You have to offer them understanding or help them come to their own understanding, because most people, they may say they don't understand, but people understand, and most people also know the solutions to their problems. Like, most people know. And the problem that we often have is that we think we know more than the people who've been doing it every day. We don't know more than the people who've been doing it every day. And that our understanding may be expanded, and theirs may be expanded, but you got to humble yourself. And so it's going to be a difficult conversation. It's going to take some... People have asked me before, why haven't you done these things yet? Why haven't you banned this thing yet? I'm working on it, right? But I'm not... I also know that there are people whose lives depend on these things. I also know that you have to caress it, and that you're going to... In order to get where you're going, if you want to take people where you're going, it's going to be a process. So I would say that there are going to be solutions, but that is going to take some time.
Yeah. I always say that, people only want to change if they see a need to, and if you force that, it's not going to happen. And I do think that for people to want to change or to help, you have to sit down and talk to them and relate to them, because that forceful approach
doesn't work.
Never works.
We're saying it now, aren't we? In relation to this bigger issue we're all trying to grapple with.
Yes, that was coming tonight as well. Do you have anything to add, Danielle?
I just wanted to say, within the blue economy too, going forward, I think that we need to bridge the gap and make that relationship between youth and the technology. We are millennials and Generation Z, and we born at this age, and then
some of you are. I feel excluded.
Then the older generation who has that historical knowledge, you have to mesh the two, because we'll be saying, let's use this technology, but then they say, before this has happened, or nobody knows the sea better than the older people, and the tides, no matter how many equipment and infrastructure they have. So I'm saying going forward, it's going to be difficult, because you're also dealing with two different, characteristics and emotions and everything. But, going forward, I think it's important that we bridge the gap between the two, because we need each other. Older people need younger people, and younger people need older people, and we really need to rely on this historical knowledge. Previously, some work I have done, I wanted to set up something somewhere, and an older person said, this area floods, this happened on this day, so you don't put this sign here, or you don't do this in this area. And the data didn't have that, but the persons who actually live in the community, they know what happened. So within going forward, within the blue economy, that's something that I think that we need to mesh to make it sustainable and successful.
Yes, that is true. That is true. The bridging that gap, as you always said before, and also like listen to the people, because one thing with young people, as a young person too, we sometimes have the issue of listening to our older folks, and they might have a whole lot of history that we probably will not know. With that being said, we are going to wrap up our conversation. So I just want to know if anyone have any closing remarks or closing words that they would like to say before we end our conversation today.
Anyone? Well, I'll go first. I just want to say thanks for the opportunity, as always, to have a conversation about the blue economy, and more so to have a conversation about it in relation to young people. I genuinely mean it when I say that I'm open to ideas, and anyone can reach out to my ministry and help us build this thing properly, you know. And we will not have this opportunity again. We will not have an opportunity where the world has converged on this idea with such passion ever again. So I think for those of us who breathe and live now, we have a responsibility to get it right. And therefore it's going to require conversations with the people who are stakeholders directly, whether it's the fishermen, the persons in shipping, people who are involved in biotechnology and so on, and indirectly with the persons who just doing their own thing, and to bring everybody to the table and to work through the challenges with a view to coming up with a compromise that makes sense for everybody. At the end of the day, the amount of greenhouse gases just means that the world will continue to get warmer. We have to work together to bring that down. And my final point will be that developing countries are doing all the right things. Caribbean countries are doing all the right things to reduce our carbon footprint. And the truth is, we will still get worse and worse storms because the majority of the problems are not being caused by us. They're being caused by the larger nations of the world who must take responsibility for their actions and must correct their actions so that all of us can continue to live in this space, because it's everybody's space.
Danielle?
Well, my closing remarks, thank you for having me. I do look forward to seeing more youth involvement within the blue economy. As I said before, is holistic, cross-sectoral, multi-stakeholder initiatives, and I do look forward to seeing more youth into the sector, especially within the offshore wind, and also seeing, very interested in that, not seeing that happen, also seeing more youth organizations involved and having a seat at the table, not only in youth forums and waiting till youth forums come around, but also having a seat at the bigger table with the bigger people and having their say and say, at the end of the day, this is our future, so this is going to affect us. So let me have a word, let me have some input in this section. So I do look forward to everything the ministry and the sector has to come. And I look forward to more youth participating at more discussions and advocating.
Jacinta?
I fully agree with everything Daniel and the minister said. And just in the spirit of collaboration, we are more than happy to have conversations about our experience here in the news in banning destructive gear, minister. So if we think any at all,
I'm going to take you up on that.
We're open to going through that, and it was a struggle. I would be lying if I said it was easy. It was a multi-year process, and government stakeholders, NGOs involved. But I think the lessons learned could be valuable, to you and your team. So we definitely look forward to continuing conversations like this. I feel very, very grateful to have been invited to this panel and to have heard of the experience in Barbados. And I look forward to continuing the discussions with youth from across the country, across the region and the globe, because this is something that, as we've all said, impacts everyone. The sector is something that we all have a stake in, and so we should all, care about and use our voices to advocate for it. So thank you so much.
And thank you, Jacinta, and thank you to everyone on our panel, and thank you for joining us today. We really hope you have learned something, and I hope that you stay tuned to the rest of the sessions throughout the entire day. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the UNCTAD Youth Forum. My name is Alex Dungs and I'm speaking to you here from the grounds of the Barbados Museum. Today we'll be speaking to our special panelists about funding for development and getting their views on how they think that youth can play an active role in this endeavor. There needs to be an understanding that the way the world currently is a direct result of decisions which have been taken in the past. Essentially, our history has dictated where we are currently. In essence, the advancement of the larger and more developed countries has been fueled by the exploitation of small island developing states and countries similar to us. History shows us that countries such as Barbados and other small island developing states have been disadvantaged by decisions made in the past, whether it be the impacts of colonialism or, as we currently see, climate change and unfortunately the COVID-19 pandemic. These decisions have left us in a situation where we are disadvantaged, whether it be socioeconomically or whether it be in terms of trying to develop our nationhood. And these impacts are real and tangible. I think it's only the right decision to be made if we are indeed serious about reaching our sustainable development goals, that we consider whether it be reparations, whether it be funding for development, we take these things and we seriously apply them to small island developing states in an effort to once again put them on equal footing where they really should be with the rest of the world. Funding for development for me can be looked at from multiple angles, whether we consider it in the lens of reparations, whether colonial or climate, whether we look at it, for example, say debt forgiveness, technical support, funding of capital projects. There are a number of ways which we can look at funding for development to specifically address the needs small island developing states such as Barbados and other CARICOM countries may have. As with anything else, I personally believe that young people have a crucial role to play, especially as it pertains to reparatory justice. Young people, we essentially are the foundations for the future. We may not necessarily be the decision makers currently, but we can actually work to shape how they go about and how they think about what the future may hold. And reparatory justice has been something, once again, that has been discussed. It's been something that has been discussed at the academic or the theoretical level, but I believe as though young people, we can actually action to making these things a reality. Now, how do we do this? Once again, advocacy has shown to be one of our strongest allies, whether it be in terms of the climate, whether it be in terms of social justice. We've seen groups come fueled by young people, which has been able to move the social ticker closer to making our goals a reality. And so once again, I believe that young people, we can use advocacy as a tool currently to help shape the future. And once we are the decision makers ourselves, then we can actually put into practice what we've preached.
Transformation.
Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the UNCTAD Youth Forum. I am Annette Jackson, resident storyteller at Intersect Antigua, and it is truly my privilege to join in conversation with Ambassador Elizabeth Thompson to unpack aspects of her career contributions to all those joining us at this Youth O'Clock session. Ambassador Thompson is a champion of the earth and a strong voice on the global stage, advancing the concerns of small island developing states on sustainable development, environmental policy, and climate change. From her service as Barbados' Minister of Energy and the Environment, work as UN Assistant Secretary General and Executive Coordinator of the Rio 20 Conference on Sustainable Development, to her present role as Ambassador with special responsibility for matters of climate change, small island developing states, and law of the sea, it's a wonder where she still finds the time to be a published author, consultant, motivational speaker, and workshop facilitator. I am truly excited to be part of this knowledge sharing session today. And at the end of our conversation, the virtual floor will be open for a short question and answer segment, and then we will segue into our next planned session. Good morning, everyone. So, Ambassador Thompson, thank you so much for being here with us this morning. A lot of your career is centered around sustainability and the environment. Was this a conscious move, or was it a path that you were steered down towards after being introduced to it?
It definitely was not conscious. And it's amazing, you know, I want to say to young people, so much of life is like that. You can't chart everything, plan everything, anticipate everything. You have to just enjoy the journey and do the best that you can as you go along. In 1994, there was an election in Barbados, and it just so happened that Prime Minister Mia Mottley, well, she's now Prime Minister, at the time we were just young people, young candidates, and when the Prime Minister, the then Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Owen Arthur, asked me to be a minister, and then first he gave me health, and then he added the portfolio of environment. I had never read the environmental section of the manifesto. I was not an environmentalist. I really knew very little about the subject area. But having been given the portfolio responsibility, I really became immersed in the subject. I became passionate about it. I understood the importance of the issues and the intersection with development, the intersection with the economy, the intersection with our society, the intersection with lives and livelihoods, not just in Barbados, but across the Caribbean, and the implications of the really very serious and accelerating challenges of climate change. So it is something about which I really became very passionate. And then, as you said, I was awarded with the Champion of the Earth award. I received the Champion of the Earth award for my work in the area. So it definitely was not a path that I chose. It was something on which I was called or gently nudged, and it has been a fantastic journey.
Thank you so much for that. So with that context on how you became so involved in environmental policy, what are some of the things that you'd hope to achieve in that career space locally in Barbados and even regionally?
Well, I hadn't hoped to achieve because it was not something that was in the plan. I think one of the things, there are a number of things that I've accomplished of which I'm very proud. For instance, if I could point to a few that people would be familiar with, the greening of Barbados's highways, particularly 2A and ABC, that was an initiative that happened when I was minister, or focus on climate change, the development of the first national green economy policy, which also happened to be the first green economy policy developed in the whole of Latin America and the Caribbean, and one of the few national green economy policies in the world. That was an initiative of mine. The boardwalk across the west and south coasts of Barbados. The south coast one is more popular, more well-known. It has received numerous international awards and recognitions. That is actually an engineered climate change solution, which has created social and economic benefits. People think that the boardwalk is just there for recreation and it's a beautiful space on which you can take photographs, and it enhances the opportunities and the businesses along the pathway of the boardwalk, but it isn't. What it is, I mean, yes, it does all that, but it stabilizes. It is an engineered solution. It is an engineered piece of construction that stabilizes the Barbados coastline on the south coast, because as you know, part of the challenge of climate change is the erosion of beaches, the loss of coastlines, the implications then for lives, for livelihoods, for flora and fauna, and just for the slippage and the whole landscape. So stabilizing the south coast was extremely important at the national level. It was extremely important to retaining a sound coastline, and it was important for the tourism product. That it was designed to ensure that there were social benefits, that there were economic benefits, and that the environmental benefit was achieved is really an excellent example of integrated policy planning. And I could give you several other initiatives that for which I was responsible, but I imagine that you have other questions.
Well, interesting that you brought that up, because I had a question about your really solid career in environmental governance, and you just touched on a lot of the initiatives that you championed, some of them being major policy initiatives on the national sustainable development, the green economy, and as you said, the greening of government facilities and the boardwalk in Barbados. Now, out of these policies that you mentioned, even the ones that you touched on, what is a policy that you enjoyed pushing through and why?
There are two. I would say the boardwalk, and pushing is exactly the word that I would use. You know, everybody gives now kudos to what a wonderful project it was and how well integrated and amazing example of policy benefiting a country and a people. But at the time, there was extreme resistance to the boardwalk by a lot of the property owners who are now very happy with it. And literally, I had to push. I mean, there were letters, there were people calling the ministry, calling the Prime Minister's office. There were businesses and property owners saying, no, we do not agree. This should not be done. My land is not going to be used. I don't want people in front of my business. I don't want people walking around my business. This is going to be a disaster. So people did not capture the vision, and it really involved the Coastal Zone Management Unit did exceptional work. And Barbados' Coastal Zone Management Unit must be applauded for the kind of groundbreaking national, regional, and international work which it does. But it really required a significant amount of negotiation, engagement, cajoling, pleading, persuading. So that is one of which I remain extremely proud. The redevelopment of the Harrison Cave as a green facility is a beautiful facility, and the connection that we built with the surrounding community so that they would be part of the economic benefit from the cave is another aspect of the policies that I would have led as minister, of which I remain very proud. People again speak about what an exceptional redevelopment Harrison Cave was, and that too required pushing, because at the time a lot of the greening features that I wanted built in, the whole idea of having the elevators which you could see through, which really drew the outside in, a lot of this was not welcome. It increased the cost of the project. The whole notion that you would involve the community and that the community would and had to benefit from having that national treasure and tourism, to major tourism site in the center of their community, and keeping them separated from it and keeping not ensuring that they too maximize the opportunity was not part of our social plan. So we definitely had to include them. And so again, because of the resistance that there was to putting the cave in place as it is currently designed and in the way that people now applaud us for, yeah, that is another area of policy of which I'm proud to have pushed through.
Well, I certainly am secondhand proud of you for sticking to your guns and ensuring that those policies were implemented.
Secondhand is good.
Yes. Looking at policy implementation, now what can governments of small island development states like Barbados and even Antigua, where I'm from, do to ensure that our young persons, our youth community, as you rightfully said, are engaged and involved in developing policies on climate change and sustainable development?
First of all, I think that our young people are a lot more environmentally aware, environmentally passionate, environmentally focused, environmentally committed than young people of former young people of my generation were. I think that you are just so much more so. How do governments involve young people? I think that it is important to ensure that young people are educated about environmental issues from the time that they're very young. It is important to create or encourage environmentally aware citizens. It is important to have young people as advocates, pressing governments, holding their feet to the fire, insisting that my generation does not mess up the environment with the social and economic implications of that for your generation. It is important that you remain engaged, that you also ask, how can I contribute? What can I do as a young person that makes a difference? How do I live my life in such a way so that it reduces my ecological footprint? How do I contribute to keeping the earth green? Green in the broadest sense of the word, of course. How do I take measures on a daily basis which ensure that I protect the planet while still having an acceptable quality of life, while still making my economic contribution? How do I ensure that my generation, your generation, does not so damage the environment that you really compromise sustainable economic gains and social stability? So those are the kinds of questions you can ask, and it is our responsibility to answer your questions and to give you what you are asking in this context. So ask your questions, insist that we answer, and insist that we provide the environment, that we provide the opportunity, that we provide the kind of landscape on which you can function and flourish.
I really, really love that you brought up personal responsibility as well as collective involvement in the fight towards, pushing the climate change agenda. Now, looking at your, I guess, broader career, you recently stepped into a new ambassadorial role with responsibility for climate change, small island developing states, and the law of the sea. How has this widened your views on the challenges that's currently being faced by our small island developing states?
That's a tough question.
I'll repeat. How has stepping into...
Yes, no, I heard you. It's tough. It's a tough question because if I had to answer it, I would have to be honest with you and say that for me, I went to the Kyoto conference in Japan all those years ago, out of which the first convention on climate change, the first international agreement on climate change emerged. I'm going, I believe, to Glasgow in a couple months, where we are going to be addressing the current iteration of an international climate agenda. And for me, and I made this observation yesterday, one of the greatest disappointments has been the extent to which we have taken, if I may use the words of a popular Barbadian calypso, one step forward and 2 and 3 steps backward all the time is really deeply troubling to me. The fact that small island developing states are still demanding, are still asking for the major global polluters to take the actions and policies necessary that will allow for our survival and our sustainability. It is a disappointment to me that where there appears to have been progress, you can actually identify significant regression. That the IPCC has indicated 3 years ago that we had about 12 years, a 12-year window to do the remediation necessary to address in a significant way the problem of climate change before we got to the point where some impacts were irreversible. And yet, in its most recent report, the IPCC is indicating that we are getting closer and closer to the brink of almost absolute annihilation and disaster. And that the major polluters are not taking this seriously, that small islands, developing states are still on the front line, are still under threat, are still in crisis, that we could still be seeing increasing extreme weather events, whether it is continuous burning fires in North America, whether or not it is floods in Europe, whether it is or not it is very unseasonal or very high in the season hurricanes in Barbados, whether or not it is Category 5 hurricanes that strike Bahamas, Barbuda, Dominica, that we really are still battling with this major existential problem, and that there is not adequate financing at the international level because it is perceived that the Caribbean is a very affluent type region, so that we can't access concessionary loans or capital to do the development work necessary, that we are still struggling to get the international financial institutions and the international development banks to understand that our primary need is for adaptation and capital for adaptation, whereas the majority of their capital goes to mitigation measures. These are the things that I'm really deeply concerned about. I'm deeply concerned about how this is going to impact on the future of my great niece, who is just 2 years old. So when you ask me, you know, what it's been like over the years, what I would like to see, I would like to see change. I would like to see people, countries stand up to their moral responsibility to make a difference in the lives of those who are on the front line and whose lives, livelihoods, and futures really are hanging in the balance, not because of their own actions, but because of the actions of others who believe that they have a right to pollute irrespective of the consequences for the planet and the other people on it. So you ask me, and I know that this has been a long answer, but yeah, sorry.
It really was a beautiful answer because you just wrapped up 2 of the other questions I had intended to ask. Because you really touched on the UN assessment about how the Paris Accord obligations are not enough to avoid the drastic impacts of climate change, as well as how small island developing states need to have the capacity to adapt to climate change, and how that frames your current perspective on the work that you are doing. I'm just going to bring up a question that has come through from a member of the audience. And that question is, what are the gaps or challenges that you feel youth at the ground level, apart from awareness, can address to move towards the green transition?
I would say that the gap is in action. In the Caribbean, I believe that there is good climate policy. I believe that governments really are trying very hard. But young people have to determine what role they want to play as change makers and then start to play that role. And I don't know that I am seeing enough young people really becoming activists for climate and activists in respect of climate change, given the fact that it really will impact their future far more than it will impact mine. You know, at this stage of my life and career, it is more about my niece than it is about me. It is more about my great niece than it is about my own future. So I think that the activism is a gap. I'm not sure that there are substantial policy gaps across the region, because this is an issue on which our leaders have really been truly engaged, committed, and have been very, very vocal at the international level. I mean, I'm so proud of the leadership that Prime Minister Motley has brought to the issue and the recognition that she has gotten for it. But how do we translate or leverage that recognition into something that is beneficial to the population and to the people of the region? So those, I would think, are the gaps. The gap, at the policy level, I spoke to where I saw the gaps with young people, but at the policy level, I would say that the gap is at the level of implementation, that we don't necessarily have the human resource capacity or the financial capacity to do the level of implementation that would be ideal and at the rate of implementation that would be required. So human resource capacity, financial capacity, and implementation. And those are the gaps. And you know, that is a perennial in the Caribbean, the gap between cerebration, the thinking on the issue, the policy formulation and policy direction, and then the policy implementation.
Well, Ambassador Thompson, I really, really wish that we had a lot more time to go into all of the questions I wanted to ask you. This has really been such an enthralling discussion, but time is of the essence, and the UNCTAD Youth Forum does have to continue without us. Thank you so much for your candor with all of the answers, and thank you for that challenge to not only young persons in the region, but to governments in the global north who are not doing enough to hold up their end of the climate change agenda and to push forward the necessary changes needed to ensure that persons like myself, persons like your niece, have a future on this planet. So
well, thank you so much for having me. You know, climate change and trade, there's a huge interconnection, and I'm so glad to see you young people at this forum engaged on this issue. I want to wish you all well and blessings in abundance as you move forward and embrace your futures and protect our region. Take care. Thanks for having me.
Keep washing your hands. We don't need the Zorn coming after us. I love our paradise the way it is.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone who's watching us right now. So my name is Eugenia Novoa, and I'm the moderator for this amazing panel called From Farm to Fork, Building Sustainable and Inclusive Food Systems. So when we talk about sustainable and inclusive food systems, I want to go back to what the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, mostly known as FAO, defines sustainable food system. And they define sustainable food system as the one that delivers food security and nutrition for all in such a way that the economic, social, and environmental basis to generate food security and nutrition for future generations are not compromised. So the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development places sharp focus on the need to transform agriculture and food systems in order to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition. How can we innovate and reshape global food systems to be more productive, more inclusive of poor and marginalized populations, environmentally sustainable and resilient, and able to deliver healthy and nutritious diets for all? This all comes to 2030 agenda and of course to the SDG to end hunger and many other SDGs connected to this. So today I have the pleasure to be in the panel with three amazing people that I just met a few minutes ago, and I'm so happy to introduce them to all of you. So I'm gonna start by introducing to Miss Caitlin Cardo. She is the founder and executive director of Helen's Daughters. I was doing some research before starting this, and it really amazed me what Helen's Daughter is doing in the Eastern Caribbean. So Helen's Daughter is based in Santa Lucia, and basically what they do is empowering women to access economic development to adaptive agricultural techniques. As well, they provide capacity building, and what is great, it's this non-profit organization has been functioning for about 4 years, and it's already been partnering with great institutions, and well, as well, Caitlin has been named a partner of Ashoka Foundation, and she's a fellow, of course. And well, I'm pretty happy to introduce you, Caitlin. Of course, she as well has a great background with international relations. She's worked for the United Nations in New York. I feel so proud of being here with you, and I'm inspired by all the work you do for food and agriculture. I want to introduce to all of you as well to Richard Ramshaw. He's an agribusiness and value chain specialist in Trinidad and Tobago. And well, he works in projects regarding building farmers' capacities and to create resilient systems. And what really impacted me of what Richard believes of food and agriculture systems is the concept of growing what you eat and eating what you grow. I wish I could do that more often, honestly. And of course, Richard as well works for the Inter-American Institute for Agricultural Cooperation. So welcome, Richard, as well. And finally, I want to introduce you to Mr. Hasarun J.D. Andrew, and he's the CEO of Jeroni Farms at Santa Lucia. They create basically, they grow sustainable food, and he's an entrepreneur, but he's been working on sustainability and food production agricultural system for about 10 years. And of course, he has a demonstrated track in civil society leadership and working for youth development. So welcome as well, Jessahund. And with this, I want to start by asking a few questions to the panelists. Let's start with just Arun, if you may. I have some questions for you, and let me start by asking, can you tell us what the pandemic meant for food supplies in an island like Santa Lucia, and of course, as well as Barbados?
Good morning, thank you. Thank you for your question. During the pandemic, I would say that a lot has happened as it pertains to food production and the sustainability of food production here in St. Lucia. As you would know, a large percentage of our market is through our tourism industry. So a lot of the farmers here have the opportunity to sell to the hotels. And what you found would have transpired is during COVID, many of those hotels would have closed down. So quite a large number of our farmers, as well as other suppliers, were not able to tap into that specific market. And so you had many farmers who actually went out of production for a period of time, and some of whom would have had to reduce their production for a period of time as well. So that was one of the things that we noticed occurring here in St. Lucia on Island. Also with COVID, we would have had the implementation of several safeguarding protocols, restrictions in time, restrictions in movement, and it also affected the farmers whose outlet would be our local market. So we would have had the social distancing, we would have had the accepted numbers and the spacing and whatnot. And so you find the farmers whose space or whose market would be at that local market, they would have suffered quite a bit in terms of being able to go out and sell their produce and be able to reach a lot of the customers. And it's customary here in St. Lucia that a Saturday morning from 5, from 6, you have many St. Lucians who go out to that local market to try to get fresh produce, fresh goods. And a lot of that would have been hindered by the protocols, by COVID and whatnot over the past year and a half to 2 years. So we noticed that these two things would have occurred on the ground here in St. Lucia. Also, we would have experienced a few shortages with our imports, certain products that you would have found on the shelves. They were not present for a particular amount of time, and some of them upon return would have come in a little more expensive than they were prior to the onset of COVID. Which is why I think that, you know, moving forward, looking at this specific point, that these small island developing states like ours should try to implement a national food bank initiative. You know, and this is an initiative where we can have a private-public partnership with government and our local supermarket chains. And we create a buffer where you have a warehouse, you have in storage 3 to 6 months worth of basic food materials that we would have to import on a daily basis, on a monthly basis. And we would have that, you know, just in case the COVID situation gets to the point where we have, you know, a cutoff in the supply of some basic necessary food that locals would use and take part in or make use of here in St. Lucia. And I think that can be implemented in the other islands as well. Moving forward, I think it's very important that we look at that. And even in light of the fact that in the last few weeks here in St. Lucia, we actually saw a shortage of sugar. And that can be something that has serious ripple effects down the line. We should not wait for it to get to the stage where we're already seeing those kinds of effects. You know, however, on the ground, we would have noticed the return of some products which were not readily available prior to the pandemic. So I believe the pandemic actually created an opportunity for certain products, persons to now have more time on their hands to go back to the production of certain things animal farmers would have seen the return of coconut meal, which is a food source. We actually noticed an increase in the availability of a lot of our local snacks that seem to be going out, the guava cheese, the tablet, and a lot of the local items and treats that you would have gotten readily available. We saw an increase in their availability during that time space as well. So in terms of the food supply chain here, I think generally that is what we would have noticed happening here in St. Lucia.
Wow. So you practically addressed already some part of the next question just coming, and basically I was about to ask you for a moment, and due to lockdown and trade obviously slowed down, and probably this was even worse in the Caribbean. And so how you think that this had repercussions in your country and in the Eastern Caribbean in general?
So in relation to this, I can give a very practical example. We have a feed company here that produces animal feeds. And so there were times where they would have been concerned as it pertains to their ability to import some of their raw materials that they would be using for their production. We have a few other persons here who I know manufacture and produce certain items, and they were not able to bring in a few of their raw materials, which would have allowed them to get the products onto the market, onto the shelves at the supermarkets as well. So that was one of the major limitations created as it pertains to trade. I think also we have a few persons here who normally export. I know of a young lady who exports local produce to the UK. So the breadfruit, the green fig, the sweet potato, the Irish potato, the plantain, the macambo, she would have collected those things throughout the island and export to the UK. And she would tap into a Caribbean or a St. Lucian market in the UK to be able to sell out of those products. And during the pandemic as well, what you found happening was that a lot of the farmers who cut back on their production just generally sort of left the farm alone. And so the availability of a lot of these items would have reduced over time, over the last few years. And so even that young lady would have had problems in being able to export a lot of those things. So, I mean, in the last 2 to 3 months, we've been able to see an improvement in production locally of our agricultural items. So I think right now we're heading back into the recovery direction. I mean, we really don't know what's going to happen with COVID. It's very unpredictable. But right now I can see clearly some return to production as it pertains to a lot of the farmers who had left or who had paused or deflected for a time due to the COVID situation.
Yeah, definitely. We all want to know what happens next, but definitely only talking about the food activation system and agriculture. But when we come back to sustainable food systems, we need to look upon new solutions so that food changes in a way that is sustainable and promotes development. And in the same way, it really helps people to get nutrition, you know? So how we can get to that point in the context of a pandemic. And this brings me to the next question, is you as a young leader, what do you think young men and women are known to be? You know, we are known to be creative, but do you see ideas and solutions evolving among the youth on the topic of agriculture, technologies to be used? For instance, you kind of already alluded to the thing of the food bank initiative. Is anything of this sort of initiative happening in St. Lucia, Barbados, or I don't know, like the Caribbean in general? Do you happen to know about these initiatives?
Well, to my knowledge at this time, I am not aware of any such an initiative as a food bank existing in any of the islands here. However, the few young persons who I know are in agriculture, I notice they, are making strides in terms of the implementation of new ideas. So I noticed that a few young persons who maybe their parents or their grandparents would have property available, and they would tell you that the lower flooding ends of the property that they would not have used it. And we see young people now building animal pens on pillars to make use of those low-lying flooding areas of the land where their forefathers, their grandfathers would not have traditionally used for agriculture. So, that actually opens up the space, allows for more land to be used effectively. We also have young persons going into team production. So persons would have only backyard space available. 5, 6 of them would come together and produce commercially for a certain market. That way they're able to have the weight, the numbers, the amount that is required by the market. We also see young persons, as I would have mentioned in the previous forum, that many young persons now are exploring or looking for the technologies to do deep water planting of CMOS, as we see that many of the low-lying areas are already in production, and certain issues being or coming out of production in those lower, shallower waters. We see young persons getting very creative in terms of cultivating the CMOS in deeper waters. So we have some level of innovation that we see taking place here in St. Lucia. We have a few young persons who are cultivating, or not necessarily cultivating, but they're into the coconut oil production. And what has happened for a while is they would have been competing with the freshwater coconut vendors, where you find you get the coconuts. The coconut vendors are very aggressive in terms of accessing fresh nuts, that a lot of the trees which are nearby, coconuts would not stay in those trees long enough to dry up and be used later on for coconut oil, because all of it is being used for fresh water. And so we see those young persons from those two production lines actually coming together and trying to have an arrangement with farmers where, they're trying to see how they can partition farms. So you have a farm in Soufrière where the trees which are further in, they would have come to an agreement to leave those to dry up to use as coconut oil. And you have trees which are closer that need a more readily available source for coconut water, that the farmers doing the coconut water would access those as well. So you see also collaborative initiatives coming out of little problems that would have been generated over time. And the young people, I would say, are really trying their best. We have many young persons getting into the aquaponics right now, which is very encouraging. So I would say, yes, we have young persons who are being very creative as it pertains to agriculture at this time.
Wow, that's so good to hear, and thank you so much, Jesawund. Definitely is in youth's hands, this kind of solutions through collaborative initiatives, as you said. And I'm so happy that you are advancing with the coconut oil production. That's really valuable, and I actually love coconut oil. So let's move forward with some questions to Ms. Kitlin. So Ms. Kitlin, I want to start by asking you, what kind of trends occur over the last 3 years with regard to adaptive agricultural techniques? And how do you see the role of technology evolve to maintain food security in the Caribbean?
Thank you so much, Eugenia. And it's such a pleasure to be again on a panel with Richard and Jeshurun, my fellow brothers in arms of agriculture. When it comes to the trends in adaptive agricultural techniques and so on, Jeshurun actually mentioned quite a few. But I think that before going into that, one of the things that I think Caribbean farmers overall really have shown is their innovation throughout the last few years and their resilience, because obviously we're at the very forefront forefront of combating climate change, and it's hitting us even harder in the agricultural sector. And that is one of the areas where I'm seeing particularly younger farmers being more cognizant of the challenges and being able to be creative. One of these are, for example, in the plant varieties that we're actually using. I'm seeing that more farmers now are going into more climate resilient crops and so on. In St. Lucia, for example, we actually have a drought and I believe pest tolerant dashi in a ground provision plant and so on. Also, in terms of climate change and adaptation overall, this is related, although it's a blue economy, it's still related to agriculture. What we saw in the last few years, which is a major issue in our islands and with the tourism and fishing sectors, was that obviously sargassum started covering all of our major coastal areas. And what we found was that farmers, which was an indigenous practice, actually use the sargassum seaweed as a biofertilizer. And they're going in through the organic path, which again, that was a huge issue before in our traditional agricultural systems where there was an overuse of pesticides and so on. And again, I think the testament of the sargassum seaweed and its benefits in agriculture actually stands in the evolution of a sargassum seaweed company called Algas Organics in St. Lucia that actually creates biofertilizers out of this. And again, I think also focusing on not only agriculture, but just sustainable development and its effects and its benefits on the communities is when we speak on sargassum and adaptive techniques is that it's not only helping our farmers and ensuring that they're providing nutritious produce to all, but it's also helping the fishing and tourism sectors as well because we're protecting our marine ecosystems and so on. I think another major adaptation technique is that, as Jeshurun had mentioned, in terms of land space, land and land conflicts is a huge problem in the Caribbean. It's not only the only region, but it's an issue. And it's a bigger issue for women and youth that are at the very base of the agricultural system when it comes to support and so on. And what I've noticed is that a lot of young and female farmers are really finding innovative ways of using smaller spaces and increasing their production scale. Even in Barbados, for example, we have the case in point Inogro Limited, which is literally a hydroponics farm in a 40-foot shipping container. So we're finding that while persons may not have access to large scale farms or even small plots of land, they're finding really innovative ways of not only using the space that they have, but increasing that production. And when it comes to really the role of technology, I think that technology is essential really to forwarding the agenda on achieving food security, not only in the Caribbean region, but globally. Now, when we think of technology, we normally think that there's a huge cost attached to it. And I think in St. Lucia, and not only in St. Lucia, but overall, we're seeing that people are really creating frugal innovations, affordable innovations when it comes to technology. And Jeshurun mentioned a really key area about the pandemic and how it affected St. Lucia and other islands in terms of the disruption in the amount of food supplies on island during the early months of the pandemic. And I think what I really enjoyed and I loved was that you started seeing a lot of food delivery services sprouting in St. Lucia and other islands. And what that did was that connected rural communities to urban areas that were in a way food deserts. Because as Jeshurun mentioned, when we normally have like a large produce market on island called the Castries market, and people normally go there and so on, but it's a certain demographic, a certain age range and so on that goes there at 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning to actually get fresh produce. Millennials like us and so on, we want something quick and easy and at our doorstep. And what that did was the pandemic, like Jeshurun mentioned, it created an opportunity in agriculture in that farmers were able to literally connect their produce directly to persons even in urban areas and actually increase the nutritious foods that they normally found and they probably would not actually discover in supermarkets or have the time to go to in the actual produce market. Another, I think, key benefit of adopting technology and so on was hydroponics and aquaponics and the use of land space. While I will admit there is a larger startup cost to these modern technologies than traditional agriculture, I'm not going to lie, but at the end of the day, in the long term, it actually decreases production costs. And obviously that impacts the sales cost. Again, going back to food security and the food deserts and having nutritious produce for all, at times we need to realize that there may be food all around us, but the difference is the types of food and the cost of food. And we very well know that oftentimes nutritious food tends to be much more expensive than the fast food around. And I think one of our biggest issues is really trying to measure that up and making nutritious food more attractive economically for anybody to be able to achieve it. And I think finally, and I'm speaking from the St. Lucian perspective, but perhaps Richard could also let me know what's going on in this one, is that I'm seeing a lot of agri-entrepreneurs investing in soil sensors and irrigation systems. And particularly for the soil sensors, I think that's truly important. Again, going back to the overuse of pesticides. We can advocate for agriculture and so on and for supporting small farmers, but we also have to support farmers that are doing things the right way. And soil health is integral to that. Many times, obviously, there was just a tradition. Okay, I use this pesticide, I water when it's dry and so on. There was really no direct relation with understanding what's going on in the soil and what's going on in the plant. And by investing in that technology, farmers know exactly what minerals are needed, exactly what amount of water is needed, and exactly what's going on their farm. And then obviously you're finding more enhanced irrigation systems as well. Farmers now are even investing in time-aid irrigation units, which are not as expensive as they used to be before. And that's not only saving them money, but when it comes to the soil sensors and the irrigation systems, also ensuring, again, a nutritious product to the end consumer as well.
Wow. Amazing. So many ways of contributing to food security and agriculture, and mostly I get from what you say how different SDGs and interest for the world's development and connected to sustainability are actually working together. Just before we had a session of the ocean and like the blue economy, and this is actually connected with food security as well. Thank you so much. So can you please summarize in regards to food security, and because it's becoming more and more important topic, not just in the Caribbean, but for the world, what are the 3 things that should be done at national level and then to an international level to support this development?
I think, Eugenia, that again, going back to Sir Arthur Lewis, a St. Lucian Nobel laureate, the fundamental cure for poverty is actually knowledge, not money. And I think that that also needs to be reflected in the agricultural sector. I constantly say that I'm in the agricultural sector now as an advocate, but I never throughout my traditional schooling in St. Lucia was introduced to an agricultural education class. And I think that a lot of St. Lucian students have that issue today. I mean, who knows what my career could have been? I could have been an agronomist or something else. Who knows? I don't know. But I think that, again, in terms of education, we are already underinvesting. 5% of our portfolio in St. Lucia at least goes to education. And I think 0.0001% probably goes into agricultural education. There are some students that have never seen a farm, don't have access to a farm, don't even understand how their food is created and made. And that is an issue. We constantly put the pressure on farmers, on small scale farmers, who lack support, who lack finance, who lack access to land. But in terms of policy and legislation and governmental officials and our leaders, what are we really doing literally from a child to an adult to encourage them to get into that agricultural sector and also understand what they're getting into and what their product should be? And I think also in terms of that, again, the support. Farming has an aging population, and that's not just in our region, but globally. how are we attracting younger persons, women, disadvantaged persons to the agricultural sector? Agriculture is in need of a major marketing campaign to attract persons to it. Yes, I think there are many strides that are being done, and we're obviously seeing a lot of young people, case in point, Richard and Jeshurun, who are really advocating for doors to be open, but at the same time, how are we creating the sector to be attractive? And it's not only about rebranding that agriculture is not just hot sun and muddy boots and so on, but again, people need to see that there's actual support in place. In regions such as Africa, you're seeing a lot of incubators and accelerators popping up and literally enabling environments being created for farmers and agricultural entrepreneurs to actually thrive. So they're not only getting mentorship, they're getting finance, but they're also getting, for example, policies and so on in place for them and their business ventures to thrive. But in the Caribbean region, we are not seeing that. There's a lack of incubators and accelerators for persons that are going into agriculture. Already, when we look at our finance sectors, they're risk averse and collateral based. And again, if we're focusing on the future of farming, when we look at women and youth, they lack access to land, which is the #1 collateral in our region. So immediately you're shutting them out from getting credible finance to upstart their ventures. And I think finally, really for our region, it's focusing on our internal markets. For too long in the Caribbean region, we have looked at agriculture as an export market. And I think that is one of the reasons why we have been a monoculturist society. I mean, we've had our green gold era, but St. Lucians, Trinidadians, we cannot live on bananas alone. We cannot live on oranges and pineapples alone. It was constantly like food should be grown and sent out. But what about the millions of people in our region? And I think now we're really noticing that we are net food importers. And while we may have the capacity to grow our own food, it has just never been, the system has just never been there to support us. Which I think really takes me to my first point on international policies and so on, is that internationally, we are talking a lot of talk, but we are really not walking the walk. Where is the support for small-scale farmers? Really, small-scale farmers have the ability to transform food systems because they're doing it at a grassroots level, and that has the biggest transformation potential compared to large-scale farmers. And I think even when you look at, for example, case in point, St. Lucia and the green gold era and our banana industry, we had protectionist policies which allowed us to have obviously direct markets to the UK and so on. And obviously when that ruling was taken to the World Trade Organization, we lost to large scale enterprises like Chiquita and Dole. But is that really supporting small-scale farmers when we know that in Latin America, as you would know, Eugenia, that oftentimes these farmers are getting pennies on the dollar, whereas in Caribbean region, they're actually getting sustainable incomes, but we're going with larger scale producers. So it doesn't make sense. Then when you look at the trading policies, for me, for the life of me, I don't understand how it's easier to send produce to the US and the UK than in the Caribbean region. It is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, when you look at, for example, what happened with St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the eruption and so on, there should be a very easy bypass for us to be able to have food and send food over to persons not only that have been hit by a natural disaster, but it should just be a natural thing. There should be more intra-regional trade, and that's a problem. And I'm calling on Caribbean governments to fix it. I mean, and obviously UNCTAD as well to help. It doesn't make sense, and we can talk, we can have as many forums as we want to, but unless we cannot trade and feed ourselves, then we're continually looking at a loss. And I think finally, for me, in terms of having access to nutritious foods, I have constantly said that there's a difference. We have food all around us, but it's what types of food we have. And I think that in the Caribbean region, we need to adopt European standards where we have clear labeling. Our people are dying of non-communicable diseases at a higher rate than anybody globally. We have high rates of obesity, of heart disease, of strokes, and so on. And again, we are net food importers. We are constantly importing foods. And when you look at the labeling, we do not know what we're eating. And we need to enforce more about the types of foods that are imported into our countries. And we need to inform people of what they're actually consuming. So for me, that is really my three policies, both nationally and internationally.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. To me, it's amazing hearing you and how passionate you are about this. And definitely, not only the Caribbean, but Latin American countries as well need this kind of empowerment. And definitely, we need to work towards that. Okay, let's end up with Richard. And well, Richard, your turn. On the last few years, the frequency and intensity of hurricanes in the Caribbean have increased, which is really sad by all means. But in this sense, what does this mean for agriculture in the region?
Thanks, Kenya, and thanks to my other colleagues here, Caitlin and Justin. Passionate presentation by Caitlin. I really fully endorse a lot of what she said. Hurricanes in the region. Yes, they have intensified. The frequency have definitely been a lot more in the last 10 years than what it would have been previously. For instance, we are already at 15 or 16 named hurricanes just for the year so far, and the hurricane season is not finished. We have another 2 months to go. And thank God, so far we have not really in the Caribbean experienced a really hard-hit one for the year so far in the Eastern Caribbean. But they are coming, and they're here. They're going to continue to come as long as we continue to have the 1-2 degrees increase in our ocean levels here in the Atlantic. We're going to have these intense hurricanes coming. So we really have to be prepared for them. Sometimes there's nothing much that we can do than to brace the impacts of it. The impacts are extremely devastating to the agricultural sector. And that is why we really have to start to change our mindset of how we deal with hurricanes. It is no longer a way of, okay, we're going to continue doing our normal planting, our normal regular crops at this rainy season time and hope for the best. No, we have to change the way we think. We adopt practices that are resilient in nature, resilient meaning that it could be able to withstand or bounce back from the shocks and stresses of the impacts of the hurricane. Choice of crops is very important for farmers during the hurricane season. Traditional farmers have been planting certain types of crops, let's say for instance the bananas. And if you know the hurricane coming and you are in the hurricane belt, like for instance in Lucia or Grenada or St. Vincent, and you know you actually have at least a 5 to 10 or 50% probability that you're going to have a severe hurricane coming your way during let's say the August to September to November period. Why it is that we're going to continue to plant the bananas, or the 10 acres of bananas, when we know it's going to be destroyed at some point in time if it does come. The probability is there, the statistics is there. So we have to change our way of doing things. Why not invest in the irrigation systems during the dry season, plant the bananas, harvest them, and actually try to do some kind of post-harvest handling to them, extend some shelf life of it so that in the rainy season, you can have it there, and not to export, but to really to feed your own country, your own population. Caitlin is right. We have started to adopt a syndrome of everything we plant should be exported. Why are we doing that? Why are we not looking at home first and feeding ourselves nutritiously? That is where it really starts in terms of resilience and mindset. So to answer your question, hurricane is going to really continue the intensity is going to be there, the frequency is going to be there. We have to start adopting and changing our mental capacities as farmers. To be honest with you, the traditional older farmers are not very willing to adopt those and to change the way they are accustomed doing it. The younger persons are a lot more adaptive and responsive to changes. You will see these things going up in terms of shade houses and greenhouses and different enclosed structures where they at least provide some form of resilience to the hurricanes when they come. The choice of crops may have changed differently. So they would plant more shorter, longer term crops. When I say it, probably more the lettuce, the pak choy, tomatoes, peppers, strawberries, carrots, onions, those things that some are underground, some are above ground, using hydroponic or aquaponic systems, which are more sustainable systems. They have retractable side walls of these houses. So in case of a hurricane, it can be retracted, put inside. The roofings could retract also too, or take off at a 3 days notice of a hurricane. So the physical structure remains, is only the framework that could withstand the forces of the hurricane, but everything else, the coverings, the sidewalls that go with it, the plants, the pots, the waterers, the pumps, the channels, everything could be placed inside a door or inside of a room. Persons are adopting it, and it's very expensive, as Katie would have just alluded to. These systems are not cheap. People are doing indoor farming very successfully, almost like our factory warehouse, and using artificial lights, timers, probes, in some cases drones to do the actual spraying and watering. So I mean, adopting these types of technologies is very expensive, but in the long run, you have no fear of a hurricane coming and affecting your crop. You can plant year round. We are exposed and blessed in the Caribbean to have solar and wind energy. So you use your renewable energies to power the indoor house and reduce your cost of depending on fuel or any other type of gases, and have a mixed system, a mixed cropping system that will allow some diversity in your income in these protected houses, so that you have short-term, medium-term crops that will be grown above ground and below the ground, and they all add at the end of the day to trying to fulfill our 6 basic food groups that will lead to nutrition security, our carbohydrates, our proteins and minerals, our fruits and vegetables. If our farming systems can be adapted and adopted using these resilient systems to grow food for our population here, so we don't depend on our foreign white potatoes, our foreign imports of certain foods, right? All our strawberries and bananas and that coming from all over in Latin America and so on. We can grow these things locally. Our citrus, our fruits, our vegetables. We have so much nice watermelons in Trinidad that sometimes is just wasting away. So we have so many things we can do with our food systems to make it resilient. We have the technologies, it is available. What we need right now is our political and policy leaders to be able to stop talking and start acting. We have the solutions. We just need somebody to help us and to enforce it and to make it happen. We need revolving funds for small farmers. We have to stop depending on give me. Also farmers and the new farmers now, the model is that if it is that we are going to have hurricanes coming or natural disaster coming, let us pool up in our community. We know we're going to be hit. A certain percentage of our sales for this crop, let's put it in a pool in the community. So if all of us are affected, we have something to bounce back on and don't depend on any government support, because it takes a very long time and sometimes they don't even come the farmers' way. So we have to start taking things in our own hands, become more self-dependent as community and farmers and other players in the sector, and start to do things on our own. As I said, they have options and we really need to start to put it together.
Thank you so much, Richard. And because of the time, we are running short of time. And thank you so much I really think we need to work on policy making. And most importantly, as Kitlit and as well Jesharoon said, we need to work on empowerment and on this idea of like really educating people. So we have 2 questions to the panel. And the first, I'm gonna give it to Caitlin, if you may. And the question is, according to the theme from inequality and vulnerability to development for all, I have noticed that it's aligned with Sustainable Development Goal 10, which talks about reducing inequalities within and among countries. Although you people are ready to take action, are they limited by funds? How to process? Maybe Caitlin or anyone who wants to take that question. You're welcome.
Eugenia, would you mind repeating the question, please?
Yeah, sure. So what they say is, according to the vulnerability from inequality to development for all, I have noticed that is aligned with Sustainable Development Goal 10, which talks about reducing inequalities within and among countries. Although youth people are ready to take action, are they limited by funds? How to process?
Okay, I guess I'll take a stab at it. I will just break down the question. So essentially, they're asking about the lack of finance, Eugenia, in terms of, okay.
To address the lack of finance in order to reduce inequalities.
Okay. Well, I think, as I had mentioned, I think all of us had mentioned, is that access to finance is a huge issue, especially in agriculture. But what we need to do is, again, look at, not rely on the traditional finance systems, and look at, obviously, non-traditional finance. So whether that's from crowdfunding, like Richard said, from community pooling and so on, there are a number of ways that we can sort of build up our financial portfolio and able to invest in agriculture. When it comes to those that are most vulnerable and so on, especially women and youth, I think, again, there needs to be sort of like a support system in place. I think, as I mentioned, in Africa, for example, there have been a number of really amazing and successful accelerators and incubators in the agricultural sphere that have not only provided finance, but have provided key mentorship. And it's targeted particularly vulnerable groups. So persons with disabilities, women, youth, persons that traditionally would not have resources to build up their ventures. So I think this is one of the ways to literally bridge that gap.
Thank you. So, and then I have one final question, and I will give this question to Richard and Jesarund. And Luca Hini says, my family in northern Uganda owns a farm and has seen firsthand the impact of climate change on farmers, especially smallholder farmers. What needs to be done by FIO, IFID, or UNCTAD to support the smallholder farmers in third world countries in the short and long run? Let's start by Richard.
Thank you very much. That's an excellent question. First of all, things have to really start at the policy level. If it is that at Uganda, there's no policy to address small farmers' needs for equipment to rebound from climate change. There's no incentives for technology implementation to adjust to climate change. Climate change, the effects could be in terms of drought, it could be in terms of flooding, it could be in terms of an outbreak of a pest and disease, it could be constant bushfires, it could be so many different plagues of different outbreaks of like locusts or pests. There's a wide range of different things that we are seeing in the agriculture sector as an outcome of the climate change. And I think that the policies at the government level has to be there to create that environment, to create that network, to create that nexus of investment packages, of technological advice, of training of the farmers and sensitization of farmers in terms of how to do, what to do, when to do. It has to be a peer-to-peer and technocrat to technocrat and technocrat to farmer training. There has to be a lot of research and development to continue to produce drought-tolerant varieties of crops and also livestock, right, that will be able to withstand the higher temperatures, because, as I said, it's here to stay for a little while. So we have to continue to face the reality that we need to continue to do research and development into these areas. We also need to also provide farmers with incentives, right, for them to adopt the technologies that will help them to combat the effects of the climate change. For instance, rainwater harvesting systems for those countries who have drought, experience a lot of dry areas. When it is rain comes, if they could have a facility and if government could make it into a policy that they will invest 10% or 50% or 50% into your farm to help you to invest in rainwater harvesting systems or some kind of pond catchment system that will be able to help you to have water at these times of drought. These are the things that are really required at that policy level. And if it does not exist, it becomes very, 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 very hard for small farmers to take these things and make it happen. So I will stop here.
Thank you. So because of the time and we are about to close the session, I'm gonna excuse with just a room, but I'm gonna give each of you, the panelists, 1 minute to wrap up your ideas and send a message to the youth worldwide. So let's start with just a room, please.
Thank you. And I just want to support the points that Richard made on that last question. The fact that the approach really is from the policy angle and policy that is guided from a bottom-up approach and not just our leaders off their heads thinking what should be done, but the requisite research is done and we understand exactly what is required by those farmers. You know, looking at things like agricultural insurance and a lot of those other things that can support our farmers in terms of being able to withstand and recover from a lot of the effects of climate change. We have to remember also that, you know, and we've spoken about it, each and every one of us has mentioned it, that the finance of a farmer may be living in an area which floods, but we may recognize that a simple drainage system that the farmer cannot afford would actually allow them to be able to plant in that area, you know, protected agriculture, and a lot of those things that, you know, would help a lot of the farmers. Like Richard said again, the water use, and a farmer may be able to collect that water. We've taught them how to use it, but then they waste it because they're not able to afford irrigation or other systems that now makes proper use of that water that they were able to collect. So a lot of these initiatives, a lot of these things would be very necessary. And we have a practical example here in St. Lucia. We have a community where water is never an issue. And we had a project to come and put in an extensive water system for the farmers who never made use of that. So when we see initiatives like that going on, we have a waste of funds, waste of finance, waste of resource. We have to move forward and ensure that you know, we do better, improving our systems of trade, like Caitlin mentioned, inter-island ability to move produce or animals or whatever have you. You know, we need to look at a lot of these things to be able to solve some of the problems that these farmers may be having. I think also we need to recognize that, you know, the young people are indeed the future of agriculture. We have to do what is necessary to encourage them and get young persons involved in agriculture. Allow young persons to realize that it is not a thing that you do when you retire. Agriculture can be seen as a business. You can make money from agriculture, more money than your office job. You know, we need to let young persons recognize that, you know, they can be proud to get into agriculture and earn a living from that. You know, so moving forward, I think as advocates within the arena that, you know, these are some of the things that we have to continue pushing for.
Thank you so much, Joshua. Definitely, we need to entrepreneur more in agriculture. Let's go with the message from Caitlin.
Thank you, Eugenia. I'll be quite brief. For me, I think essentially I'd like to wrap up by saying that I would really like, instead of talking the talk and having these millions of forums and virtual meetings and so on, I think it's time for us to start implementing and really putting action behind our words. I think, speaking from even on behalf of farmers, we are really tired of the baseline surveys. We are tired of all these forums and meetings speaking on our behalf, and we're really, really, really in need of the actual support and an enabling environment for our farmers to thrive. I think oftentimes when it comes to the agricultural sector and food security, the blame has oftentimes been placed on farmers. And we really need to look at their perspective and the lack of resources that they're working with, and they still wake up every morning with a zeal to try to feed our nations. And we really need to prioritize agriculture and food security instead of just talking about it. We really need to actually show full support for it. So that's all I have to say. Thanks, Eugenia.
Much. Let's take action then. And finally, Richard, your final remarks, and then I can close the session, which has been amazing.
No problem. I just want to be very brief. Agriculture is definitely a business, and for young persons, from the spectrum of input supplies, the fertilizer suppliers, the chemical suppliers, the equipment suppliers, go up to production, actually producing the primary products. The next step is processing the products. The next step is probably some kind of post-harvesting, doing some kind of chopping, grinding, dicing, whatever it is. The next step is packaging and having it on the market, having some kind of logistics in place to transport it to the market. And also, I think before it gets to the consumer, have processes from the wholesalers to retailers. That is the concept of the value chain. There are opportunities along this entire spectrum for any young person who wants to get involved in terms of getting a chiller truck, buying the fresh produce and transporting it to the supermarket, adding some small value to it, packaging it and repackaging it with a brand, and selling it to the supermarket chains. There's a lot of opportunities. It is not only primary production. And also young persons, learn a trade. You don't have to do agriculture or have a background. People can teach you how to do agriculture, and you can learn this. Learn a trade, learn welding, learn fabrication, learn plumbing, learn electrical. You can install these things to help farmers and the farming community. Solar, electrical and solar power is a big thing, and wind power. So learn these trades, and you can be able to help us in the region and develop these systems and innovate these systems for our use. Learn welding. You can actually put up your own greenhouse or build structures for farmers. Learn electronics, so you can have timers and so on working with these systems and these innovations things. So agriculture is a business. Don't only look at it as farming and hard work. There's a lot of things to be done, and we're going to continue to have more discussions and opportunities for young persons to see where they can fit in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So bringing farm to fork, and the most important part from what we got in this panel is agriculture is a business. Let's stop talking and start doing. And let's remember that we youth have collaborative initiatives already going on, and we can start from this dialogue important actions to really work towards a sustainable development agenda 2030. Thank you so much to everyone. It's been a pleasure to me, and well, have a great day.
Thank you very much. And you too.
Thank you.
Oh, little beauty queen, sitting there looking like the one for me. But your heart is in 1,000 pieces, and you don't want no company, no. See, I don't mean to interfere, but I was wondering how you like your tea. She said no sugar, but some dairy free. She still don't want no company, no. So you gon' hear the same thing every time somebody tries. 'Cause your wall is too high. Said your wall is too high. Tell your brother don't come for me, 'cause I won't hurt you. No, I won't hurt you. Tell your father to holster his gun, 'cause I won't hurt you. No, I won't hurt you. You're looking fine all on your wrong, but you cry when you're all alone. Give me your number and I'll call you home, but then you dry your eyes and don't pick up the phone. No, I don't get it. I know your heart can be so cold. You show me love is like uncovered gold. So when you think about where we can go, I hope you fall off your wall right down to the floor, so I can catch you. See, you gon' hear the same thing every time somebody tries. 'Cause your wall is too high. Said your wall is too high. Tell your brother don't come for me, 'cause I won't hurt you. No, I won't hurt you. Tell your father to holster his gun, 'cause I won't hurt you. No, I won't hurt you. Go on and tell your brother don't come for me. I won't hurt you. No, I won't hurt you. Tell your father to holster his gun, 'cause I won't hurt you. No, I won't hurt you. Yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Keithlyn Carew and I'm joining you from the beautiful island of St. Lucia.
There are a number of barriers and gaps that hinder the path of our success to achieving full gender equality in this world. However, I believe that one of the biggest gaps in achieving gender equality, particularly in the Caribbean region, is our understanding of the concept of gender equality. In some societies, such as my own, gender equality has often been equated to the superiority of one gender over another, rather than realizing that gender equality is truly the fight for the values, aspirations, and needs of women and men to be treated fairly and favorably, and most importantly, equally. The impacts of crises are never gender neutral, and COVID-19 has proved to be no different. From shrinking working hours, increased care burdens, and the resulting heightened acts of domestic and gender-based violence that have ensued, are only a glimpse into the number of challenges that we now face in our journey to the fight for gender equality. How can governments invest in a truly gender equal world? Well, I believe that one of the solutions is the gender mainstreaming of the main economic and productive sectors that form an integral part of the world's economies in areas such as agriculture that are typically dominated by one gender. By doing this, you are upskilling more than half of the population, but also creating inclusive and prosperous societies for all. My plea to governments worldwide is that if we truly want a gender equal and inclusive world, we need to avoid taking a tokenistic approach. It's either full participation or no participation at all. Every single aspect and facet of society should be represented in policy making, in decision making, and in the leadership composition of your governments.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the UNCTAD Youth Forum. This session is a session to discuss why having a mentor in your corner is beneficial and how can it propel your career. I am Ajani Lebon, country head for H-Tech Management Solutions, a business consultancy where we focus on HR, training and development, and coaching. And I'm also a career and leadership coach. With me today is Mr. Lauren Newman. He is the Government Affairs Lead for the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution at the World Economic Forum. I'm really looking forward to an engaging conversation. The discussion on mentorship, I think, is so important, particularly for us young people in the Caribbean and within the wider UN network. So, Lauren, I know there's a lot that you would like to share with the participants here today. And the wider conversation, we're hoping that the participants can share as much as possible, and we could all join in the conversation to discuss how having someone in your corner, someone who could provide that support and who could provide that level of advice for you as a young person, how can that take you closer to your life goals? So over to you, Lauren. We're going to just get some more about you, your work, and exactly why this topic is valuable for the young people here today.
Sure. And thank you, Ajani, and thank you to everybody at UNCTAD and Arlette. It's really a pleasure to be here. I've been lucky enough in my life to have a lot of, very, influential mentors. And I think because of that, I wanted to talk about this today. I'm sure that everyone here, you're all very motivated and I think very savvy young people, as evidenced by the fact you're at a UNCTAD Youth Conference. And so I wanted to just touch very briefly on, why a mentor, even though I think that's pretty self-evident, maybe a little bit about how to find a mentor and then how to sort of use it and how to develop that mentorship relationship. And I think in making this as broadly applicable as possible, whether you're a creative, whether you're an academic, whether you're an entrepreneur or an activist, I think if you're doing things right, inevitably you will come to a moment, and hopefully many moments, and occasionally, 10 moments a day, where you don't know the right thing to do. You don't know what your next step should be. You'll be faced with a choice or, kind of a situation where, you have all of these options or you need a solution and you don't quite understand, or there's no obvious way forward. And you need to, I think these are moments where you need help. And even if you do have an idea of what you'd like to do, it's oftentimes a good idea to sort of to check things out. And I think that, even more generally in life, your success will be defined by your ability to gather, process, and execute based on the information you can acquire in a short amount of time when faced with these situations. I think that's just a very blanket statement about life. But I think this evidences the importance of a mentor. I think if you have a person or a stable of people who you trust that you can go to for information or for guidance in moments like this, it's incredibly valuable. I think no matter what walk of life that you're in, and whether this is sort of a professional problem or personal or anything along those lines. And the second kind of point I wanted to sort of just touch on briefly is at some point in your life, whether you're an entrepreneur who's raising capital, whether you're someone applying for a job, whether you're someone who has applied for a promotion or a grant, there will be a discussion in a room or in a Zoom call that you are not in, where people will sit around the table and say, who is this person? Do we trust them? Do we believe in their abilities? And should we give them this shot? And I think that what I'd like to sort of propose here today is that you should think of your mentor, or you should strive to have a mentor who will be in that conversation, who is able to say emphatically, yes, we should give this person a shot. And that's how I think, structuring the way that you think about your career, structuring the way you think about a mentor, think about finding the person who will be in that room or who will be in that discussion, who can be in your corner and can advocate for you. And I think kind of backwards mapping from that and saying, okay, if that's the person that's going to be in that conversation, how do I get them in my corner? How do I engage them? How do I learn from them? But also, how do I sort of show them that I have the right stuff to take this next step in my professional journey or in my personal journey? We're a mentor. So where do people find mentors? I think it's, put simply, it's all over the place. And I think I want to emphasize that we should not overlook the traditional places where you'd find a mentor. I think even thinking about things as obvious as teachers or coaches or parents or extended family, like these are all incredible places to find mentors. And I don't think that in many cases it's worth overthinking it or saying, okay, I need to go on this intense rabbit hunt on the internet and watch 100 hours of YouTube videos and then send 10,000 cold emails to find a mentor. Oftentimes that person might be closer to you than you think. But I mean, I guess it also remains to be said that sometimes if you're not close to the thing that you want to be a part of, it's necessary to maybe go outside of that sphere. And just a couple ideas about how to do that. And I think maybe more largely in life, it's a question of going where the action is. And as youth, I think you all have the opportunity of being a little bit flexible with your time and in your location. And I guess I'm generalizing here, but if you know that, the thing that you care about, whether that's, whether that's e-commerce or whether that's equal pay for women, or whether that's, a political issue or anything, and you understand that those things are happening in a place where those decisions are being made, or those protests or those organizations or whatever it is, and you're not close to that, if you can, whether it's over the course of a school holiday, over the course of a summer, uproot yourself and get closer to the center of whatever issue it is that you care about, that industry that you want to be a part of, that that activism that so motivates you and touches your heart. If you can find a way to get up, whether it's getting in your car and sleeping in your car, turning hors d'oeuvre meals into dinner, taking unpaid internships, or even just without internships at all, going to a place and just saying, I'm here, I'm going to meet as many people as possible. That's a way to really turn out mentors. When I was a junior in college, I drove my car for 60 hours straight from California to Georgia to join the Obama campaign. And so I showed up in Atlanta, Georgia with no job, with no payroll, with no money, and said, I'm here, I really believe in this, I want to be a part of it. And 6 months later, I was hired onto the staff and ended up being a part of this incredible journey of then Senator Obama to become president of the United States. And it was that experience, even though, I've had these other formal education experiences, but it was me just kind of saying, I don't care that there's no job, I don't care there's no program built around this. I want to be there, and just, I guess, having the flexibility and sort of the foolhardiness of being a young person to just get in my car and just drive until I got to where I wanted to be, and then get out and then just, start meeting people. And as a part of that, I've met so many, interesting people who have served me as mentors and kind of set me up on the career path that I've been on. And that's led to Google and to Alibaba and to a couple other things I'm happy to talk about. And so maybe just lastly, and I guess I'm far more interested in your questions than in anything that I have to say, how. And I think that I'm sort of at this interesting point in my life where I have asked people to mentor me, or have been part of these relationships kind of on the receiving side for most of my young life, and have started to sort of transition and think about how can I help other people. And I've learned a few things along the way. And I think that rule number one with a mentor, if you approach someone, is respect, and especially respect for your mentor's time. I think people oftentimes, and I've been guilty of this certainly, will go and say, oh, I have this problem, and then they'll send a 10,000 word email, or they'll send a 500-page manuscript and say, can you help me? And I think that especially with mentors that maybe aren't very developed, that if that relationship isn't very developed, it might not be the best use of your mentor's time. And so I want to encourage you, before you reach out to anybody or to start developing those relationships, read every article that person has ever written, watch every YouTube. You want to be so up to date that you really don't ask them questions that they feel like they've already answered. You want to sort of ingest everything that they put out there, and then build on top of that, and then sort of ask something that's insightful and relevant to you. And also, I mean, maybe this is a personal preference thing, but I wouldn't come right out and say, would you be my mentor? I think oftentimes it really freaks people out because there's sort of a lot of baggage and weight to that word, and especially early in a relationship that can really kind of derail things. And so, rather, I think it's just good to sort of put yourself in a conversation with them and maybe ask them for some advice. And I think maybe the last point I'll make is I think there's always way to offer value, even if you're, sort of the one on the receiving side of mentorship, and especially as youth. This is something that, as someone who's not a youth anymore, I can say that older people are fascinated by the youth, especially the youth of today, because the world that you all inhabit, I think, is so different than the one certainly that I knew. And then if you think of people who are even older than I am somehow, the world that they knew as young people, and then as they grew up and as they made their careers, is so different fundamentally than what you face today. And whether that's kind of the stereotype of they don't understand what TikTok is, or, they don't understand the glory of Fortnite or Roblox or whatever kind of these new technologies are. I think that, in this conversation, you have so much to offer by explaining the world as you see it. And that in turn, I think will sort of generate this reciprocal or somewhat sort of symmetrical relationship with these folks. Also, I want to say that don't underestimate the value of flattery. I think a lot of people, especially in industries where if there's not a lot of recognition, or I think people work very hard, and oftentimes just going in and saying, I love your work. I think what you do is really important. I think this point that you made in this article or this book that you wrote was fantastic for the following reason. I think you can really just melt someone. You can really just sort of, worm your way into their heart with a little bit of sincere and well-researched flattery. So I guess, finally, the very, very last thing I wanted to say is pay it forward. And as someone who has been, like I said, on the receiving end of so many of these mentorships, is that the worst thing you can do karmically is, of course, to send all these cold emails and to sort of, ask favors of people and really sort of, be the beneficiary of so much kindness. The worst thing you can do is not turn around and pay it to people who are asking the same of you. And so I just wanted to sort of put this out there as, if people ask you, as you develop in your own careers, if people ask you for help, if they send you, those LinkedIn messages, if, they want, your advice on something, I guess I'm just here to sort of encourage you to be the person that you would have wanted to talk to when you were young, or at least remember this moment in your youth if you're looking for a mentor, and remember that as you get older, and then pay that forward to folks who are asking guidance of you. So again, it's been really a pleasure to sort of spill my guts on the internship, or sorry, the mentorship journey, and I'm happy to answer any questions or go more into detail about anything that I might have mentioned. So maybe we can go to that.
Thank you very much, Lauren. And I must say you did share a lot of quite valuable details on how, as young people, we could sort of move outside of our comfort zone. I just want to recap briefly that you mentioned how your success really depends on the ability to process information and to execute. But one of the main things that I took away from what you shared was just the need for, as youth, for us to be willing to do relationships, for us to value flattery and seeing people as people, notwithstanding the fact that this person has so many accolades, or this person has achieved something in life, or has been able to build a substantial career. It's important nonetheless to be able to see this person as a person. I like your tie. I like this work that you do. You said something that really stood out to me today. I would like to even more. I think these things help us in building relationships and, of course, establishing mentors that can drive us forward. So at this time, we're going to get some contributions from the panel, from the participants. And I'm hoping there's a lot of thought-provoking comments and suggestions to Lauren based on what he had shared earlier. Are there any particular comments based on what Lauren had shared? But in just the time period and waiting for some comments to come through, I wanted to ask Lauren, particularly in your journey, growing up, getting to the point where you were able to establish your career. I think for many young people, the factor of self-confidence and building self-confidence prevents them from building the relationships and establishing or bringing in the mentors who could drive them forward. So how were you able to cross that hurdle in establishing or in building that self-confidence and telling yourself this is exactly what you wanted to do, and nothing would stand in your way and prevent you from achieving that?
Yeah, I think self-confidence is a great point, because without that, I think it's a lot harder to reach out, right, and either take these big risks in your career, or even sort of consider yourself worthy of someone who would be who would have a mentor like these great people, or the people who have achieved something. So I think just believing that, I think, is really key. And for me, I think it kind of came from I have a really supportive family, and then was very lucky to have even in high school some great teachers who kind of I think we're just very positive and said, look, you seem like you're very good at this, or, when you wrote this, it was really impactful, or, I think just pointing out things that you're doing well. And so maybe, a good takeaway from that for folks is, if you can kind of soak up that approval or that sort of validation from wherever you can get it. And I guess for everybody, for different folks, it's not always going to be your family, it's not always going to be teachers, but I think if you can find that from maybe a peer group or from coworkers or from somewhere, I think it's important to sort of identify, like as a sunflower turns towards the sun, find a place where you can kind of recharge those batteries of, I do have this ability, I am worthy of love, and I'm worthy of these opportunities that are being presented to me. Because I think that's really a key component. So find it, somewhere. And I think that's a great part about even this UNCTAD youth community, is that such a great group of folks who are all very positive and I think able to, give this sort of validation to each other in a way. And that can be really, really great as well.
And there's this other question I want to throw out to you, but I'll also answer it myself because it's quite relevant to my own journey. In that, what is the best advice that you've received from a mentor? And one of my mentors had shared some time back that with every new stage comes a test. And for young people, I know there's a lot that we want to achieve, and sometimes you believe once you cross that hurdle, it will all be a walk in the park and everything that you ever wanted will start flowing through. But I think it's important to get youth to begin thinking that as you cross that hurdle, there will be another degree, or the expectations will increase in terms of your performance and in terms of your thought processes moving forward. So I want to ask you, what is the most valuable advice that you received from a mentor?
That's a good question. I can think of a few, but and the one that's springing to mind is always put yourself in the shoes of someone else. And I think a better way this has been described to me is that everybody is the star of their own movie. And sort of it's a way of thinking about the world where, I think just innately we all consider ourselves, like the protagonist of our own story. And as we go through life, I mean, the narrative that we have going in our own minds is, I'm the main character. I do this, or I'm striving to achieve this. And I think the more, of course, that's true, but I think the more that you can understand that movie or that narrative is playing out in everyone else's head, but just with them as the hero. And I think once I think it kind of can internalize that, dealing with people or fully understanding a situation where even I think maybe the obstacles that you see in your way, the people who are kind of holding you back, if you can kind of understand how they see themselves as the hero of their own movie, that makes you more able to operate in a way that can unlock maybe cooperation or some way of getting around those obstacles. But I think that it's that kind of consideration that people are oftentimes, just so, wrapped up in their own protagonist hero's journey that they don't see how everyone else is going through that journey in their own heads. And that I think is a key insight that I've had along the way.
Excellent. Are there any further comments from the floor? Any questions from the participants? Lauren has shared so much valuable information here. I am sure this will be so helpful in the youth determining what direction they're headed with their career and how they can work their way through, the obstacles that many of us have to face. I must say, within the COVID-19 environment that we're placed in, I think for young people, it's so important being able to form that support system. And you mentioned that you also had a support system growing up. Sometimes for the youth, it may not be a family support system, but getting a crop of friends. And John Maxwell says pretty well that, the 5 closest people to you to a great extent will determine your success. And I think whereas, we look at mentors as being that person, that big person who is established to be able to drive us forward, having a strong peer support system can also be valuable mentorship. So this has truly been a very engaging conversation in Lauren sharing a lot of his expertise and his advice for the young people at UNCTAD. And I'm hoping that moving forward, we can begin to see a lot more young people making the steps that are necessary to be able to establish mentors within their career path. Yes, I think we have a comment.
Yes, hello. We have a question from the floor, and that is, what is the best advice you ever received from a mentor?
Right.
Great. Thanks, Zarja.
Yes, is there anything further you'd like to share along those lines?
Sure. Maybe another one that I've gotten from a mentor that jumps to mind is begin with the end in mind. I think it's especially in complex situations or in organizations or with issues that I think are really hard to parse. It's easy just to kind of start taking steps, because they're the easiest first steps to take. But this idea of thinking about what you want the end result to be, and then kind of backwards mapping from there, I think has really changed the way that I approach, my career and problems that kind of arise therein. Because oftentimes you'll find yourself walking down a path, and just because you took these first few steps, and then you'll find that path is not leading you anywhere close to where you want it to go. And that, I think, is just it's an unfortunate situation to be in. And so beginning with the end in mind is advice that I've got that's really been helpful.
Beginning with the end in mind. Very valuable advice once again. We were joined today by Lauren, who is the head for the fourth industrial revolution at the World Economic Forum. And we really appreciate the conversation today, and we're hoping that this advice can help many of our young people to determine the direction of their career path and also to find valuable mentors along the way. So thank you very much, Lauren, and thank you very much to the team at UNCTAD for making this possible.
Thank you, Johnny. Thanks, everybody.
We got this. I feel make it. We don't have no other choice but to be strong.
We're gonna make it.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I am a voice of hope, and I just wanna let you know that I believe in our strength as a people and the promise of a bright tomorrow. And I want you to believe and trust. I know God is watching over us, and I believe if we all come together now, everything will be alright. We only press on. Strengthen the bond and the ties among this generation. Unite and be one, the fight will be one. Come on, Caribbean. Don't worry about the circumstances. Don't stress about the fears and the madness. Together we will take our chance at life and conquer it. Don't worry about the circumstances. Don't stress about the fears and the madness. Together we will take our chance at life, 'cause we got this. We got this. We got this. We got this. Caribbean people, we got this. 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 I am the strength within, yeah. I know that we will rise again, and I'm sure we can lift the people. It's a fight and we must all be shared. I can't believe this day has come. For our sake, we must keep distance. Everyone looking out for their neighbor. Islands in the Caribbean sun. It's time to be strong, the battle is on. For the future of each generation. Every daughter and son united as one. Sing on, Caribbean. Don't worry about the circumstances. Don't stress about the fears and the madness. Together we will take our chance at life and conquer it. Don't worry about the circumstances.
Must come.
Don't stress
over the last year, the world has increasingly used terms like the new normal, social distance, curfew, lockdown, quarantine, protocols, isolate, restrict, pause, and in Barbados, our Prime Minister, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, is known to say, press brakes and cut it out. Yet, we know that human beings are, for the most part, social beings. Our next plenary will explore how we can respond to rising suicide rates around the world by destigmatizing mental illness and prioritizing mental well-being in our populations. We can agree that the time has come to move beyond political rhetoric to a global policy that safeguards mental well-being to provide a holistic and positive experience even in the most challenging times. How can we now work together, move forward, and recover from the pandemic, as well as address the rising demands and expectations which presented itself before the pandemic?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. This is your plenary session from Surviving to Thriving, Prioritizing Mental Health. I'm your moderator for this session. My name is Temba Cadet, and I'm the founder and chairman of a youth-driven nonprofit organization called Do Something Different. We have just about an hour, so we're going to keep it as concise as possible. Please allow me to introduce our panelists for today. I will read out their biographies and give them an opportunity to speak, after which we will take questions and open the floor to encourage that dialogue just before we close. So without hesitation, our first speaker and panelist for the day is Nafisa. She is a program assistant at UNICEF Indonesia. She holds an MBA and master's in international business management. She started her career as an internal auditor in a manufacturing company. And after graduating from her master's, she started her UN career with the International Trade Center in Geneva as an intern. She then went back to her home country, Indonesia, to take up the assignment to help build the financial management capacity of local NGOs that work with UNICEF Indonesia in the Aceh field office. Forgive me if I butchered that, in the Aceh field office, coincidentally also her home province. She's now part of the social policy cluster at UNICEF Indonesia, supporting the innovative financing and adaptive social protection team. Having experiences in the development sector and as an alumni in several events and organizations, she's passionate about women's empowerment through entrepreneurship and always strives to make all youth voices heard. She looks forward to contributing her competencies in development, putting women and youth at the center. Nafisa.
Thank you, Themba. Hi, everybody. Thank you, UNCTAD, for the opportunity today. I'm really thrilled to be speaking today in my capacity as UNCTAD Youth Forum 2016 and 2018 alumni, as well as advisor from Youth Action Hub Indonesia. I'm really glad that people are becoming more aware of mental health issues, but I feel like with increased awareness, we also find and understand that more people are struggling with mental health issue more than ever. And I also feel like the majority of us as young people, we still don't know necessarily what is the first step to take when we ourselves are faced with mental health problems, like how to seek help, what to look out for yourself and your friends if we are struggling with mental health problems because of the existing stigmas surrounding them and many others. And I feel like the COVID-19 pandemic really affected all of us in a lot of ways, in unprecedented ways that we did not imagine before. And personally, it also took a toll on my mental health as we started working from home modality since last year and started being in isolation. So I'm really excited to be here today to have this conversation with all of you. And I feel like it's also such an important conversation to have. I hope it can be fruitful and that we are all getting something out of it. Over to you, Tember.
Thank you so much, Nafisa. I think we can all relate to the struggles of the pandemic. our second panelist for today, Ms. Lucy Fagan. Lucy is a public health practitioner from the UK and leads and chairs several health-related youth fora regionally and globally. She serves as the SDG 3 focal for MGCY, the major group for children and youth. She has been part of successful Coping with COVID series curated by OSGEY and is closely associated with many areas of work on the UN Youth Strategy. Lucy.
Thank you so much. And yeah, really pleased to be here. This is my first UNCTAD Youth Forum, so I'm sure many of you are more experienced and will guide me. But I always start off these conversations actually by saying, you know, I have lived experience of mental health issues personally. I suffered from depression and an eating disorder when I was a teenager. And I think, you know, understanding the challenges that young people face with their mental health is something that's really close to my heart. I think, you know, wherever you come from, whether you come from perhaps a lower middle income country or actually a high income country, a lot of the challenges we have are the same. And the lack of investment and policy attention on young people's mental health is honestly a real scandal. The fact that there has not been enough focus or investment to date. As September said, over the last year, we have been running a Coping with COVID-19 series. And this was really about creating a safe space for young people to come together to discuss how COVID-19 was affecting their mental health and really understand, you know, what did that mean for different young people? What had they learned? What were the challenges they were facing? And what were the opportunities to move forward and hopefully to harness some of this increased focus on youth mental health that we've seen over the last year to actually drive things to be better. And I think that's been a really interesting journey for us about bringing young people together and understanding that, you know, for some young people, this has been a very, very difficult time. Isolation, disruption to your education, being at home with family and, you know, family, it's not always easy. For some people, that's a good thing. So for some people, it's not such a good thing. And we particularly saw how some young people were disproportionately affected by this. If you were a young LGBTQI person and, you know, you were used to being independent and out and perhaps you went out to your family, suddenly you were back. What does that mean? If you're a young refugee, actually the situation you find yourself in when you're not at school is a very difficult one. So I think, you know, these were the kind of discussions we had, but we also talked a little bit about what we'd learned in this period. And I think it was really interesting to hear young people talk a bit more about how some of the stigma was breaking down around mental health. They were having more honest conversations with family and friends about what they were experiencing. And I think there was a sense that actually they weren't alone for the first time. There was a recognition that we were all finding this really difficult. They talked about self-care, finding new ways for self-care, talking to friends, talking to family, connecting online, and actually just allowing themselves space and time to be and to understand that you're not always going to feel great, but that there will be a bit of an end in sight. So I think these are some of the things we discussed. And one of the things that came out really clearly from young people was actually things need to change beyond COVID. Now we've started having these conversations. Now we've opened things up. We see where the failings are. We see there's a lack of investment, a lack of infrastructure, a lack of policy attention. So how do we start to move forward? How do we harness this locally and nationally to make sure that actually youth mental health is a priority? Because for the next generation, what they've experienced with COVID will shape their lives and their mental health going forward. So this really needs to be our call to action together.
Thank you so much, Lucy. Our third panelist for the day is Mr. David Johnson. David is a 22-year-old medical student and mental health advocate. In January 2020, he founded a mental health advocacy group called Let's Unpack It, with a vision to create a safe space for young people to discuss and learn about mental health and wellness, and to inspire the development of national mental health policy. No doubt aided by a global focus on mental health, given the onset of the coronavirus pandemic. Let's Unpack It has amassed some 1,000+ followers since the organization's inception, and the executive team has grown to 9 members drawn from 7 small island states. As an advocate, David has yielded several opportunities to promote mental health as an important facet of human development, youth empowerment, and of course, holistic health. In his mind, change must begin with tough conversations. Thus, as we chart our course to a post-COVID-19 normal, it is David's sincere hope that the lessons we learned about about mental health in the context of the pandemic are not relegated to distant memory, but rather come to represent the proverbial line in the sand where we finally legitimize mental health as an integral part of our development paradigms and engage in determined national and global conversations. Mental health literacy to ensure access to equal mental health care for all and to develop national mental health policies is one of David's sincere goals. David, over to you.
Thank you so much, Timber. Good evening to everyone that's watching, and good evening to all of our panelists. Let me just say how grateful I am for this opportunity to speak as a young person on this panel. You know, we know that young people are disproportionately affected by mental health, and I think that's really been revealed by the COVID-19 pandemic. And so I think conversations like these are absolutely necessary, not you know, as an ending point, but rather as a start to see the policy that we want to see. Not that we're just talking about these things in a vacuum, but we start to realize that, you know, these are real issues that need real change. And so what we as young people need to do is to continue to call on our governments to enact the policies that will actually make a difference. And so that means that we need to address the issues in our education system, in building awareness. We need to make sure that everyone is able to access quality healthcare, and that must be inclusive of mental health care. And so when we look at the allocation of fundings, for instance, for governments, how much money do they put in to mental health? That becomes a critical issue as well. And so I'm very, very excited to hear what the other panelists will have to say about what do we do to enact national mental health policy and to move beyond this point.
Thank you so much, David. Looking forward to hearing more from you. Last but of course not least, Ms. Nadia Peleari. She is a brand and business growth consultant. She holds a BA in international relations and a master's in cultural diplomacy. As a professional, she combines the international sphere of a background with a passion for communication and marketing. In 2019, she joined UNCTAD Youth Network with the aim of bringing young professionals to discuss and collaborate with institutions in drafting proposals for a sustainable future for all. She's a speaker and panelists to events and initiatives in the context of the implementation of the United Nations 2030 Agenda, including Cordillera Youth Movers Program 2020 Philippines, LCOY 2019 Florence World Climate Congress 2021 Nepal, and in 2021 she became visiting professor for the Catholic University of the Sacred Heart in Rome, Italy, and the European Institute of Design, Milan. She is a member of the UNFCCC YOUNGO, that's the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And in September 2021, she becomes project officer of the Global Events and Partnerships team at SDSN Youth. Congratulations, of course, Nadia, and over to you.
Thank you, Thember, and thank you to all the panelists. It's amazing to be here. I think it's a great opportunity because, as the other panelists said, the important thing, the fundamental thing is to start discussing about mental health, because most of the time up to now, we didn't have a conversation on this topic. And that was made it a stigma. That was what made it a taboo, what made it difficult to talk about and made it difficult for people to seek help because there was lack of awareness. So I think that a common goal for us can be to start talking about it, to create awareness, because as young people, we know how much we are affected and how hard it is to find a solution, to ask for help, how we can feel marginalized or stigmatized for seeking help in this sense. And not only as young people in the education system, but I talk about also the experience of young professionals. So how we enter the workplace and how this can affect us. So how not only the education system can start the topic on mental health, but also how to bring it to the world workplace, how to create more inclusive, more sustainable in terms of mental health workplaces where employees and employers can both thrive. And this, of course, there is a lot of room for discussion because the point is that up to now, there was no discussion at all. So there was a lack of understanding on this topic, which led to a lack of effective policies, effective initiatives initiatives. So we want to start the discussion as young people, as future generation, because we realize that this is a priority for us. And if it hasn't been prioritized before, well, the time has come now. So we are here to open up the discussion and to start talking about it. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. These are all our panelists for this session. I want to jump straight into the questions. The platform is now live, so if you have any questions, please do send them. But I want to pose this question over to you, Lucy. How do you think we can protect young people from schooling disruptions, especially those from underprivileged backgrounds at this time?
Thanks so much. I mean, I think this is a really important conversation to have in light of the COVID pandemic, but also actually in the discussion we're having about mental health, because we know that access to school and normal school routines are really important coping mechanisms for young people, both those who have mental health issues, but actually those just generally who, for whom their mental health and well-being is an important part of their lives. And, I think when schools have closed, young people have lost a lot of those anchors that they had within education, that link to friends, that link to a safe space, that link to teachers and mentors who can guide them, but also pick up if they're challenged or having issues and need some help. So I think this has been a very, very difficult time. And this is also a lost opportunity for really building well-being and resilience longer term. So how young people feel about their life opportunities, what they're going to go into, when they leave education and go into employment, this is a really quite scary and a nerve-wracking time for a lot of young people. There's a lot of lost opportunities as well, things you might have done, things you planned. And a lot of young people we've spoken to have actually said maybe that's some of the most difficult thing, the dreams that you had for the past year, the things you were going to do, the memories you were going to make. There's a feeling of loss that they've had to come to terms with. So I think, that return to education is going to be really important, and it's not going to be easy. For some countries, young people have returned to school, but in other countries, some young people are still, learning remotely at home. Some of them have good access to, education, some of them don't. So actually finding a way to kind of move forward is going to be really important. I think, in the short term, that means making sure that young people remain connected. So connected to learning, connected to knowledge and skills, but also connected to people. So connected to friends, connected to that personal interaction that's really important. And actually any alternative education strategies we put in place actually focus around youth mental health and well-being as well. So not just, is this person still doing their maths at home, which is obviously really important, but actually, is that young person okay? How are they feeling? How are they doing? Is there anything we can do to support them? And I think that to date hasn't really been part of the conversation around education recovery, but it needs to be. We need to understand that, your school, your university is a lot more than the place you come just to learn. But it's a place, a place of safety, it's a place of connection, and the loss of those things are as important as that loss of education. I think as young people return to school as well, actually being able to provide that support for young people who maybe have fallen a bit behind in this period, vulnerable young people who maybe have experienced quite a tough time when they've not been in school, or actually who have lost a member of their family, and really trying to understand, where are young people at? How can we support them? How can we make this a positive transition back into school, back into education? I think we're all really excited to be back. It's really great. We're looking forward to it, but we're also a bit nervous. And we've changed a lot in the last year. We've learned a lot. Our lives, our worlds, our expectations, they've all changed. Some of it for the good, some of it not so good. So, how do we create a safe space to come together, to reflect and to learn, and to also build those strategies to think about how we kind of actually start to have those very honest conversations about our well-being and checking in. I think, even as we return to normal, there's a sense that sometimes you're back at school, everything's fine. But actually, it's probably not going to be like that. It's going to require a bit of check-in and see how people are, and just finding those ways to connect again. So I think those are really important facets of any kind of education response strategy. And then long-term, actually, I think it's been very unfortunate how this has happened. People have said, okay, the pandemic came as a shock, but I think education systems were not set up to understand, what happens when there is a shock, and also, thinking holistically about how you then support young people in these situations. What does school offer, and therefore what does that continued offer need to look like? So I think those are really important things as we start to think about how education systems are reshaped going forward. How can we make sure that well-being and mental health are really key parts of this? And so those are my thoughts, but I'd be really keen to hear from some of our other speakers on this as well, because I think we've all probably had quite personal experiences over the last year of some of these disruptions, and it's probably changed a little bit of what we expect from our education systems as well.
Thank you so much, Lucy. I can definitely agree that school is such a safe space for so many young people, and a place they can get away from, you know, uncomfortable households, and a space, you know, to laugh and to learn and to grow and to connect. And I think one thing the pandemic has definitely taught us is how important that connection is. But on the flip side, we have a question in the chat that I'd like to read out. It says, what recommendations do you have for youth for managing mental health when searching for a job during COVID-19? Not sure who'd like to take this question. Nadia, I see your mic is unmuted.
Yes, of course. And so that's definitely one of the most important topics, because in the highlights of the pandemic, young people are among the most affected one. And, you know, when young people are approaching the new career, it is already very delicate and sensitive moments, because most of the time we have the instruments and the resources, we are not quite sure how to use it. We're at our first experience, so it's already something that really takes a challenge, is a challenge for us. And the COVID-19 pandemic made it even more challenging. So one of the most important things was to make young people understand that they were not left alone, so they were not alone in this, and that even though it was different from what they might have been expecting, that doesn't mean that they weren't able to do it, they weren't alone in this. So it was really important, it is really important to provide also in the education system the tools and the resources to enter the new workplace. So that means a workplace that has become more virtual, a workplace where different skills, different resources are requested. And, you know, this also means a different workplace sensitivity, because mental health, as I was saying, hasn't been prioritized before in the workplace environment. So right now, it is really important for human resources to go the extra mile, because it has been shown that productivity is also one of the things that is affected by mental health. You know, I'm a marketing professional, so I look at the data and figures, and well, let me say it straight. When people feel good, when people are, they feel like they belong to the place, they thrive. And they make the business they work in thrive. It has been shown that globally we lose billions and billions every year in lost productivity due to anxiety, depression disorder that affect workers and young workers most of all. So if we can address that, if workplaces can become more inclusive, then we can all thrive. So not just the people, but also the businesses, also the economy. So it's a very practical also topic to discuss, because the two things, they are not interlinked, you know, they live together, and we have to act on one in order to have solution also on the other. And that means, as I said, to have inclusive in every possible sense policies in the workplace, and to know how to onboard new people wherever they may come from, whatever their age may be, their background. It has to be a really holistic approach in order to understand how each person, whatever its situation may be, can adapt to a new workplace, to a new situation, and also interact with other people. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Nadia. Keeping along the same trend, we have a question here, and I want to pose this question to you, David. Having recently launched your organization, and it says, what are critical policies that should be implemented to prioritize mental health and wellness?
Sorry, I was having difficulty there unmuting. I think this is an excellent question. You know, one of the things I'm pushing for is national mental health policy. In fact, if we do our research, we realize that not many countries actually have a standalone national mental health policy. So this is a critical thing that we need to address. I'm of the firm belief that what we talk about and the kind of policies that we introduce suggests what we care about. So the fact that we've kind of dragged our feet up to this point to actually put policies in place would kind of suggest, and you know, Nadia was mentioning about the stigma before, would kind of suggest to the population that these things are not out of concern. And so I think when we start to put policies in place, then we start to see that kind of association where we will get a decrease in the level of stigma, because whenever we try to launch a policy, we're going to try to get that buy-in from the populace. So the question is, what do we want to include in that national mental health policy? I'd suggest probably like a four-pronged approach. Really, we'd probably need to address the education system. We'd need to address the workplace. We'd need to address the healthcare system, and perhaps as well the judicial system. I think if we start in the educational system, that would be a great idea. I think, like I mentioned before, that young people are disproportionately affected by mental health. And so I think we need to meet them where we are. And so what I was very grateful about in launching Let's Unpack It, unbeknownst to me that there was this massive pandemic coming and it would blow everything out of proportion. I think, what it allowed me to see was that there is a direct impact of advocacy. And so by all means, I encourage a lot of young people in your youth organizations to band together and really address this issue. We need to meet young people where they're at. That means meeting them on social media, for instance. It means meeting them in the classrooms as well. It means that we need to seek to revamp these kind of programs like life skills and home and family life education to reflect, those kind of soft skills that we so term them, to include things like how do you manage stress? How do you cope when you're really, not at your best and so on. It also means that we need to equip our teachers, for instance, to be able to detect some of these issues, the mental health challenges that our students are facing. And it also fundamentally means that we need to increase that ratio of mental health professionals to students in the classroom. I'm not sure about the other countries, but certainly in the Caribbean, one of the issues we have is that we only have 1 or 2 guidance counselors at a school of over 1,000 students. Now, that's just not practical. We need to address that. We need to know that when students, they come to school and they have their challenges, that they have someone that they can go and speak to. And so then that it becomes easy to understand then how we can adopt that in the workplace as well. But, moving away from this kind of factory mentality where you have a robot coming to work, that's not the reality. People don't drop their problems off at the door and walk into the office. We're dealing with a human resource here. And so we need to embrace that. And we need to ensure that people at work also have dedicated support staff that they can go to, and that we can legitimize stress as a reason to not be present at work. This is something that we talk about all the time, people just don't want to work. That's not the case. The reality is if someone is stressed, and I believe Nadia would have mentioned this before, they're not going to be at their best. And so when we want a productive sector, we have to look at, are we ensuring that people are healthy? And so then we can look at the healthcare system as well. Having something as simple as a 24/7 suicide and mental health hotline. Let's not underestimate the value in that. In discharging as well patients from the hospital, making sure that inclusive in that package of care that we're sending them home with, it's not just, a list of medications, but as well we're including, mental health rehabilitation, mental health support, these kind of things, and also increasing access to care. I would have mentioned before that, 2%, that's the figure of the healthcare budget that governments are allocating presently to mental health. That's simply not enough. And I believe that the COVID-19 pandemic has really shown that to us. So we really need to revisit this. And we also need to put a lot of emphasis as well on data collection and ensuring that we can monitor, how many people in our population are affected by this? Are the measures that we're putting into place effective? Or are they, yielding the results that we need? And then I think finally, we need to revamp the judicial system as well. And we've been talking about this for ages, moving away from this purely punitive kind of judicial system to include rehabilitation. And so we need to seriously look at mental health being a root cause of criminal behavior. And if we can look at that, we can address that, then we can potentially decrease the rates of recidivism and so on. And so these are just a few of the areas that I think we need to address in a comprehensive mental health policy.
I know Lucy wanted to make a point. Go ahead. Yes.
No, I think I couldn't agree more around a national mental health policy. I think this is something that a lot of the youth advocates we've been working with over the last couple of years have really been fighting for. And I think now is a great opportunity to open up these conversations. But I think what we've also learned in that kind of conversation and that journey is that there are multiple building blocks. It's probably about 3 building blocks to get to that national mental health policy. So there are a number of countries still where mental health actually, is within legislation that talks about, incarceration, it talks about institutionalization, it refers to people with mental health issues as crazy. And these are the laws that underpin social structures in that country. And these things really need to be addressed. I think it's quite shocking when you look at how many countries still have particularly colonial legislation that is completely outdated, that restricts the human rights of people's mental health. So this is something we need to look at, and that needs to be actively addressed very quickly, because without that, you're not going to be able to build the rest of that policy infrastructure that really shifts and changes the conversation around mental health. Then I think there's something about, particularly when it comes to youth mental health, we've talked about this being a really multifaceted issue, that young people's mental health is determined by so many factors. It's not just a healthcare issue, it's affected by, education, employment, urban environments, So I think we need a kind of a youth mental health in all policies kind of approach. So we need to fight for youth mental health to be included in a range of different agencies and strategies. So if you've got a national adolescent and youth strategy, you want to see that mental health is right up there as a really key issue. You want to make sure that health policies actually reflect not just mental health, but also the specific needs and care pathways for young people. And you want to make sure that any policies around education and employment also speak to that aspect around mental health. So you almost start to build your block. So you start to think about, okay, what's the legislative environment we're in? What do we need to do to shift the conversation at that level? What do we need to do to start embedding youth mental health? And again, that starts to break down the stigma. This is not just a conversation around mental health, but this is a conversation that cuts across all the aspects of our daily lives and all our policy agendas. So making sure that, you're getting that in there, and really also starting to have those conversations about investment, about infrastructure, about workforce, because, I think sometimes you hear conversations where people say, yes, we recognize that young people's mental health is very important, but that's rarely backed up, as David touched on, by the funding, by the resource, by the investment. So a lot of countries still don't have, whether it's qualified clinical mental health professionals or all the other sort of professionals that actually support particularly young people's mental health and well-being. So, youth counselors, guidance counselors, these kind of key roles that actually can facilitate better mental health for young people. And, actually starting to look at integrating health and care for both physical and mental health really will help to start to normalize it as well. So how do you have these targeted sort of clinical pathways for acute mental health issues, but actually how do you start to make sure that, when you're checking in with your primary care practitioner or your local community health clinic and you're talking about your physical health, that actually it starts to become normalized to have these conversations about your mental health as well. So I think these things are really key. And if you start to put together these building blocks, actually that national mental health policy is not too far off. But you need to start to think about, okay, where are those opportunities to get in there, have those conversations and really start to build some momentum. And I think we've seen in a number of countries that has worked very well, because actually you start to see this groundswell, the changing conversation, the enabling policy environment, and you start to see the investment as well. And those things together make a huge impact.
Thank you so much for that, Lucy. I think we can see a wealth of information here and really start to see how we can develop a step-by-step holistic approach. Now, when we introduced Nafisa in the beginning, she said that she herself had gone through her own struggles with her mental health in the pandemic. And so, Nafisa, I want to ask you, what do you think are the most pressing issues affecting young people's mental health at this time?
Thank you, Tamara. for the question. I feel like the pandemic itself right now is the most pressing issue because pre-pandemic, a lot of us may face difficulties at work, school, or maybe we are dealing with some personal stuff. But during the pandemic, I particularly observed that people may have dealt with these issues, but with the pandemic, they are dealing with it twofold because of one or other thing. So yeah, when the pandemic started, I think all of us, I could say, had to adapt to a new normal in one way or another. A lot of us are asked or forced to stay home. Schools are closed. It needs to be done online, and then a lot of us are put into a work from home modality. And across the world, people do not have the same access to internet connection, and some of us also experience loss of income during the pandemic. And these things that I mentioned, these things can be a detriment to our mental health. For example, as an illustration in Indonesia, based on the socioeconomic impact survey on the impact of COVID-19 on households that was conducted last year. 3 out of 4 households reported a reduction in income, and as a result, more people are thrown to live below the poverty line again, and thus it increases the poverty rate in the country. And poverty, as we know it, can increase the risk of mental health illness. And then in doing things online also. A lot of people may experience difficulties on concentrating. And there's also this thing nowadays called the Zoom fatigue. So definitely, I think that the pandemic is one of the most pressing issue, and it increases the disturbance on our mental health and well-being. So I feel like a lot of us are already dealing with assisting issues, like maybe burnout at work or school or anxiety, and top with the fact that things that recently start happening during the pandemic, it only adds to our stressors and deteriorate our mental health even more. And added with the fact that the pandemic also causes a public health crisis, people who might need mental health treatments may not get what they immediately need because in a lot of countries, hospitals were overloaded. So, and mental health care and psychosocial support provider may have been forced to close and turn to doing things online. But as I mentioned before, not all people have the same access to the internet, and thus these people that might need psychosocial support but don't have internet may not be getting what they need. So if I can sum it up, the most pressing issue right now is the pandemic, with the many crises it brought up. It brought us, such as the increase in poverty rate, and it increases our own fear and anxiety about the COVID-19 disease as well. And because of those things that I mentioned, it also makes the gap between those who require mental health care or treatments and those who actually has access to it even more unequal now with the pandemic. And it arguably reduces our access to mental health care as well. Thank you, Tember. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Nafisa. I want to really drive in on something that you said, and you said that not everyone has equal access to the internet or to phones. And I think that's such an important point, because it's become something that we've almost taken for granted, that everyone has a phone, everyone has Wi-Fi, everyone has a laptop, and that's very incorrect. There are people all over the world who don't live on social media and don't live on their phones. And I think finding a way to approach and to access and to reach all different kinds of people with all different sorts of access to technology is very important and a major key. And on that note, I'd like to pose this question to anyone on the panel, but it's from the live chat, and it says, how can we make therapy and counseling more affordable and accessible to marginalized communities?
That's probably a great question, I guess. And maybe I can address it, but I think all of us can have a talk on this, because the point is that right now it's kind of been an elitist topic to talk about mental health, while what we want to achieve is to make it for everyone. You know, right now there is a gap between what are the mental health needs and what actually are the available care resources. And this is even more true in low-income countries, in communities which almost require it the most, because maybe they have never had the chance to have access to it. So the point to make it more available to everyone is to put it in the priority list of governments, of policymaking, because right now there was a failure, let me use this word, or a lack of understanding of how important this theme was. And of course, in some regions of the world, there are so many major challenges to be addressed that it's very difficult to have a priority. But let me get this straight. If we do not address these issues specifically in those countries, then we cannot act on even major topics. And, you know, policymakers, what they did right now is that they didn't acknowledge and they didn't address properly the issue, because they didn't treat it as a priority. Mental health was never felt as a priority. And the point is to make it a very democratic, a very discussed topic. The more we talk about it, the more it becomes a public topic, a public theme, a public question. And when people talk about it, then the start of solution, of offers, of initiative is beginning to rise. So when you are aware of a problem, you can also begin to shape and to draft the solutions about it. So let's discuss also in these communities about these topics, and also give the people the chance to talk about it, and let's encourage them to open up. And this comes from the institutions first, because we cannot expect the people to bring this argument forward. It's about the institution. They have to make it a priority so that people can feel free in taking the step further and address it. So it has to come from the institution and set it in the priority list. And please, I'll give the floor to any other of the panelists to contribute.
If anyone else wishes to comment, please go ahead. If not, I will go to another question that we have on the live chat.
No, I mean, I think just to echo what Nadia said, you know, these are actually the crux of these issues. It's not about, you know, one service expanding to offer to a few more people, but this is actually about setting this as a key policy, you know, priority, getting the investment behind it and making this a routinely available service. And I think, you know, one of the things that has been very interesting, I think, over the last year is how few countries have prioritized access to mental health care as part of essential services. So, you know, when there are pressures on healthcare, when there are pressures on hospital, what are the services that actually, you know, get cut or, you know, are not provided for as kind of essential services? Well, mental health is very often in that category. So I think, you know, again, it shows where policymakers' heads are at, and actually the fight that we have to actually say, you know, just as physical health needs are really key, mental health needs are equally important. You need to put money behind this, and you need to invest in the infrastructure, you need to invest in the services, and you actually need to do this for the long term too, because actually to be able to provide a comprehensive mental health service and to actually ensure that people have access to it, feel safe to come there, and this becomes part of actually sort of embedded routine services, this needs to be a long-term commitment.
Right, thank you so much, Lucy. We're coming to a close shortly, but before we do so, I want to take one more question from the live chat, and I think this one is very important and very timely. But it says, how do we hold the social media giants accountable for psychological exploitation and deterioration of mental health? David, I see you smiling. Would you like to take this question?
I think this one is incredibly complex, and there's no one-size-fits-all solution for this. I think, first of all, we need to address responsibility. And I think that responsibility has to first be with the individuals who are consuming this media. And so I think the more that we talk about mental health as well, we start to realize that our words, for instance, have consequences. The way that we conduct ourselves on social media has consequences, and that we place that responsibility as well as on the individual who is actually engaging and using this social media, that we can start to maybe, put a dent in that. But beyond that, we shift that responsibility as well onto these social media giants. And, whether it's through legislation, whether it's through advocacy groups saying, you know what, well, if you don't address this, then we're going to encourage everyone who's following us to step back. As drastic as that might seem, I think the outcome that mental health is affected is much more superior than that. I think that what we need to continue to do is to talk more about this. Like I said, I can't prescribe a one-size-fits-all solution for this, but I think at the end of the day, mental health matters. And that means that each of us has to play a part in this. And I think on the issue of social media as well, I want to address that, there's this uptick in talking about mental health during the pandemic. And my fear is that this is just going to, be a trending issue for a period of time, and then we're going to forget it in a couple of days. And I think that, we need to keep current. And I think that's why it's important that advocacy groups also, set themselves up on social media to be where the people are at, so that when you're scrolling through your social media, you're going to see all of these negative things, but let us be that version of positivity on the social media platform to show people, hey, this is what you need to be concerned about. This is what we hope that you will see and take ownership over. And this is the way that I think that we can move forward. But I, give away to the other panelists who may have some even better solutions to this issue.
Thank you so much for that, David. In fact, there's a documentary on Netflix I think everybody needs to see. It's The Social Dilemma, and it dives so deeply into social media and the impact it has on mental health and data, big data. So if anybody has the time, I would definitely suggest watching that documentary. It teaches you a lot. I'll encourage you to keep your phone on silent for a while. One more question from the live chat just before we close off, and I want to pose one last question to each panelist. But this question, I hope I'm understanding it clearly. I'll put it to you, Lucy. It says, how do you think the responsibility of teachers to care for students' mental health during this time has changed?
I think it's a very different environment that they're having to support young people's mental health in. They're used to seeing children in a classroom every day. They kind of know your behaviors. They know how you are. Are you smiley? Are you noisy? What's changed? I think it's been very, very difficult for teachers to necessarily kind of take those cues with remote learning, or indeed in environments where actually some of that remote learning isn't going on at all. So children are just home. How do you retain some responsibility for those children? I think it's been very tough. And I think what's also exposed, and some of the other speakers have mentioned this, is that actually teachers are often not given the skills, the training, the support to understand about how best to kind of improve the mental health of their students. So, this is teachers' role. It's an interesting one. What is a teacher's role? You might say it's to teach kind of maths, to teach English, but you would also say, well, actually, it's got a more kind of pastoral role, so to actually take care of that student's welfare. And I think a lot of teachers have kind of really realised what that means in the last year, but also definitely some of them have said, actually, we don't necessarily always feel equipped to be able to understand how best to support their mental health. How do we check in with them? What's the right thing to do? When should I be concerned? So I actually think this is, when we talk about education, it's definitely a wider conversation we need to start having, not just how can education systems promote it, but, how do we support everyone working within the education system to take on this role? Equally, it's not going to always be a teacher's role to, actually address acute mental health issues. So this is where the rest of the system needs to play a role, guidance counselors, but also clinical services. I think, again, it's this thing of actually seeing everything as being joined up. Teachers are there to be able to identify if there's a problem, to check in, to make sure that they're creating the space where students feel comfortable to come to them and say, actually, I'm struggling. But then there needs to be the rest of the system around them so that they can refer and support that young person actually to access other services. So again, I think these conversations need to be had, at that broader level to understand, yes, it's everybody's role, but equally there's different parts of the system that all need to be in play to support young people's mental health and well.
Thank you so much for that, Lucy. I think sometimes we forget that the truth of the matter is students spend majority of their time in schools. And when you spend 8 hours with a teacher almost becomes like a parent. But with the shift in that and the schooling now being online and parents being forced to take up an even bigger role in their children's education, which how it should have been from the beginning, it really puts more of a pressure on teachers. And I think we need to have a little more appreciation for our teachers because they do play a role of parent, teacher, counselor, and everything in between. We're wrapping up now, and I want to pose this last question to everyone on the panel. Each panelist will obviously have an opportunity to answer. But it says, how should a global recovery action plan address mental well-being? Nafisa, I'll allow you to go first.
Thank you, Timber. How should a global recovery action plan address mental well-being? I feel like Lucy and David especially have mentioned it a couple of times that we need a mental health policy and we need to put our money in it. And as I mentioned before in one of the questions posed, poverty is also a known risk that can increase our mental health problems, and it can be both causal and factors to mental health issues. So on top of that national mental health policy, government should also think of a universal social protection program that are well targeted and well map all the beneficiaries to especially to those marginalized communities. That's all. Thank you, Timber. Over to you.
Thank you, Lucy. David?
Yeah, I definitely want to echo Nafisa's sentiments here. I think what we really need to focus on is, fixing the issue that there is at hand. And I think for a long time, we've been trying to address the symptoms of it rather than getting to the root causes. I think more emphasis needs to be given to investigation. I think even for me, that especially coming from a small island developing state, there's an issue with accessing information, statistics, and so on, which allow us to get the details that we need to know so we can put effective strategies in place. So if there's one thing I would like to see out of a recovery plan, it would be to put a greater emphasis on data collection and reporting so that governments have the information available to them to put these national mental health policies into place. And of course, more emphasis needs to be given, to having access to funding to get more awareness going. A problem that I think we have is that, yes, we have 2% of the budget going to mental health, but the reality is that amount is going to hospitals. That's what it's going to. It's not going to awareness campaigns. It's not going to beating the stigma. So I think that is where we need to put our money now so that we can see the results that we want to see in the years to come. And I just want to say thank you so much for having me on the panel.
Thank you, David. Nadia?
Yeah, I definitely agree with what has been said by the other panelists. And to wrap it up, I think that in order to address a global recovery and to make sure that each human being can provide to its mental health, we have to act on two ways. So the first one will be to ensure that he has the ability to access the mental health care institution, resources and services, and even before that he's aware of these resources. And the second one is that each one of us can become consciously aware on how to provide to its own mental wealth. And in order to do that, we have to scale up, as we said, the mental health existing system, but it needs to be adapted to the time and places where it is developed, of course. But there are two pillars which can be considered global. And the first one is to work on the norms and institutions, because as we said, this set the rule of the game. They are the one that set the priority, the one that start the talk and the conversation, so we need to act there. And the second one is to ensure the resources. And there are different kinds of resources as we talk about. There are the human resources, which is the education, the skills, the training provided to the people, the financial resources. So where it's needed, financial help, fundings to help people provide to their mental health. And then there is the social resources, which is the environment in which we live. So to act on the stigma that surrounds mental health, to work on our network, and to be to ensure that everyone is aware of this topic and to talk about it. So this is to wrap it up, and thank you all for being here, to the other panelists, for this conversation and for having me here.
Thank you so much, Nadia, and of course, Lucy.
Well, I mean, I feel like everyone said it all, so I'm going to end with something that's maybe just a little bit different. So everyone's spoken about the need to kind of build back better from this pandemic by actually putting mental health at the heart of recovery. And I think I just wanted to touch on the fact that I think we also need to do better next time. So COVID isn't going to be the last shock we have, whether it's a localized shock, whether it's a national shock, whether it's a global shock like a pandemic. So we need to be proactive about integrating mental health support and access into our emergency response plans, so that if we encounter these shocks again, which we inevitably will, that mental health is a priority from the outset, and not something that we realize a year in, actually this has had a huge impact on people's mental health, but we say we know these things do have an impact on mental health, and here's how we are going to mobilize resources, capacity to make sure that people's mental health is supported from the beginning.
Thank you so much, Lucy. And I want to say thank you to every panelist today. You've all been amazing. It's been a wealth of knowledge and information. I've been trying to moderate and take notes because it's so interesting. So thank you to you all. Thank you again to the UNCTAD Youth Forum 2021 for talking about mental health and giving us a platform and room to discuss this and to have these tough conversations, because it all starts here. Again, thank you for joining the session. It's been a wonderful time and I've learned so much. Thank you to each panelist, and I hope you all have a great rest of conference, rest of day, rest of weekend. I was your host for today, Timber Cadet.
Fully engaged since we born, playing a role that we've been given by the Creator who watches on. Sometimes it seems life is hard. You will receive only bad. Don't be afraid. Don't give up the struggle. Keep your head high. You will get by, and you will be playing your role well. You will be avoiding hell. And at the end of your days, at your setting sun, the Creator will say to you, well done. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Act to welcome, be prepared. Sadness and bliss will be shared. Then suddenly things will get better. Don't be complacent, see the future, save all you can, fill your need, but don't ever sow seeds of greed. Love your neighbor as you love your person, life will be complete, life will be sweet, and you will be playing your role well. You will be avoiding hell. Oh, and at the end of your days, at your setting sun, the Creator will say to you, well done, well done, well done, well done, well done. Father time, reaping on you down the line. Don't feel ashamed when you no longer can rendezvous like youngsters do. Show them the way, all the while. Help them avoid life's pitfall. Helping them through is really helping your own offspring do the same thing, and you will be playing your role then. Oh, you will be avoiding hell, and at the end of your days, at your setting sun, the Creator will say to you, well done, well done, well done, well done, well done, well done, well done.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are in the world. It is day 3 of the UNCTAD Youth Forum, and we are getting ready to close. Welcome to our closing ceremony. With us, we have the Honorable John King, who is a minister in the Prime Minister's Office of Cultural Industries, as well as the National Development Commission. Good afternoon, Minister King.
Good afternoon.
So we're so happy to have you in studio with us as we are closing, and we're very excited to hear your remarks. It's been a phenomenal 3 days, and we are wrapping up, and we want to inspire young people to not only pull up and change the rhythm during these 3 days, but to also take that with them as they continue to make change, seek to influence governments, and create the world that they want to see, a world where it is equal and prosperous for everyone, no matter who you are. So awesome. I know you have some thoughts to share with us this afternoon, so you can get right into that.
Thank you very much. For the moderator, Ms. Eugenia Nova Zuberia, founder and CEO of Digital Basis, the Honorable Mia Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, and Minister of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment and the Public Service, the Honorable Kirk Humphrey, Minister of Maritime Affairs and the Blue Economy, Barbados, the Honorable Floyd Green, Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Jamaica, Her Excellency, Ms. Elizabeth Thompson, Ambassador Barbados, His Excellency, Mr. Chad Blackman, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Barbados to the United Nations and other international organizations in Geneva, Ms. Jayathma Wickramaraka, United Nations Secretary General's Envoy for Youth, government officials from Barbados, members of the Barbados UNCTAD 15 Youth Forum, specially invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon to all. It is an honor to have the opportunity to join with you today as we approach the end of a very important event that has sought to encourage the world's youth to be strong change agents and at the same time highlight the critical role that young people must play in the social, economic, and political development of their countries and by extension the world. I am therefore very grateful for the invitation extended to me in my role as the Acting Minister of Youth to deliver the closing remarks for the 15th United Nations Conference on Trade and Development's Youth Forum. This event has enabled young men and women around the world to engage in critical and interactive dialogues which will lead to the preparation of a youth declaration that will be officially submitted to the governments at the UNCTAD 15th Ministerial Conference. The outcomes of this declaration should guide policymakers and technocrats in reviewing its policies and programs within the context of international trade and development, but should also provide guidance on how we as nations can develop holistic and relevant policies and programs which integrate youth in national development and which lend themselves to sustainability for all countries. Ladies and gentlemen, when I first heard the theme, "Pull Up, Change the Rhythm," it initially caused me to reflect on my nation's social environment and the increasing social challenges with which we are faced. Indeed, I focused my attention on how all the world's societies are grappling with crime and violence and unemployment among youth, and the need for us to change the way we communicate with each other, the way we react to each other's views and outlooks, and the need for us to engage in greater collaboration and partnerships. But the changes required to counteract social ills have a major impact on our national development. On further reflection, I considered how youth deviance and unemployment were being aggravated by some of the vexing challenges which we are experiencing in our countries today, with the most dominant one being the COVID-19 pandemic. It is also becoming more poignant to me that policies which relate to education and training, climate change and the environment, migration and globalization all impact on our youth, and that we, the policymakers, needed to engage with our youth in a greater way to examine the issues and policies which affect them and which need to be made more relevant to their needs and to the future development of our countries. The inclusion of this youth forum in UNCTAD 15 is therefore commendable, since it has provided the opportunity for young people to gain information and knowledge from experts and leaders in their various fields, while allowing youth leaders and advocates to share their perspectives on how they are affected by some of the vexing issues which pervade our societies and economies, and how they can be more involved as key stakeholders and beneficiaries. The ability of young people to attain skills and knowledge is vital to their development. It is my view that while we have developed a very strong educational and training program in Barbados, there is still more to be done in ensuring that all young people are able to reach their full potential and are aware of all the opportunities available to them to succeed. In this regard, I wish to emphasize the need for us to fervently advance our efforts to expand our education and training curricula within our schools and training institutions, notwithstanding the introduction of vocational qualifications and an enhanced accreditation regulatory structure, which we need to expand our programming to match those opportunities available in emerging and new sectors such as the cultural industries, the blue economy, and the environment, and those skills needed to support the development of adaptation and mitigation measures to combat the effects of climate change and the concomitant new approaches developed in the field in agriculture. We as adults and policymakers need to be aware and appreciate the numerous career opportunities that exist in culture and sports, and understand that every child is born with a natural skill or talent which can be developed and which can allow them to be productive and responsible citizens. Distinguished delegates, young future leaders, and UNCTAD advocates, we must all invest in young people and assist them in developing confidence and a purpose in life. Young people must be considered regardless of their diverse needs, experiences, or opinions, especially those most at risk of being left behind. I refer here to those with disabilities or chronic illnesses, those living in remote locations, those socially disrupted because of war and violence, those impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, and those stigmatized and marginalized because of their sexual orientation, gender, identity, or ethnicity. It is imperative that we recognize the significant role that young people can play new and in the future, but we must provide them with the enabling environment and support their need to fulfill that role. It is our best interest, therefore, that we foster collaboration between and among the youth, governments, the private sector, the third sector, communities, and families to create and maintain that enabling environment. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to assure you that the government of Barbados recognizes that young people need to be recognized and to be involved in safe, effective, and meaningful engagement that will help them to realize their full potential and, as a result, boost the economic and social benefits of the country. We affirm that young people are key to developing a robust, innovative, and sustainable economy. One of the long-standing advocates for children and youth in the United States of America, Alma Powell, once stated, "When young people discover they can be agents of change, wonderful things happen. They start to serve in the neighborhoods, learn about public issues, create innovative solutions to tough public challenges, and eventually become the voters, community project builders, and leaders in our communities and nation." It is therefore essential that we continue to engage young people in serious and active discussions on social and economic issues so that they can be major actors in the development of our countries. As a consequence, I anticipate that the positive outcomes of the deliberations of the past 3 days will redound to further substantial discussion during the ministerial conference, and I look forward to hearing more about the contents of the Youth Declaration and to apply them to continued engagement and policy development in the future. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister King. Like I said, it's truly wonderful to have you here with us for the closing ceremony. You've seen a packed 3 days, but this has been such a long process getting ready. And so we cannot close without just sharing a bit more and encouraging each and every person who has tuned in, each and every person who will watch this, each and every person who is interested and involved and engaged to continue to do the amazing work that you are doing, or to start to do the work that to be the change that you want to see. And so I want to invite Ms. Arlette Verplo Chabot to give some closing remarks as we wrap up the UNCTAD Youth Forum.
Thank you so much, Roshana. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here at the closing ceremony with the Honorable Dwight Sutherland, Minister of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment of Barbados. And thank you so much also for sharing these, again, inspiring words to all the youth from all over the globe, from all over the world, to have joined us here in these 3 days intense and insightful forum. To the youth, we hope you enjoyed the numerous sessions. And the main question, of course, is now, after these 3 days, where to go from here. So our journey started in 2016 at UNCTAD 14 in Nairobi, Kenya. And there you presented for the first time a youth declaration to the member states. And here, a bit more than 4 years later, we are virtually in Barbados, and you are working on a next declaration. And as I would like to quote the words of Secretary General Greenspan of UNCTAD, she mentioned, it's not whether the future is yours, but how you build this future now. So here again, I cannot stress enough the importance of the Youth Declaration, which you will submit early October. However, what else is happening at UNCTAD where you can be involved in and where we hope that you will be involved in? First thing is stay involved with our youth network. We have a lot of advocacy activities that take place, meetings that we co-organize with you and so on throughout the year. So we hope to see you there again. But also stay connected to be involved in the many programs we have that empower youth, be it on entrepreneurship, in the digital area, and likely other areas you will like as well. But most of all, you've been hearing some of our youth talking here about the Youth Action Hubs initiative, launched by a vibrant group of youth, where at community level, SDG-related projects are being set in place. So as a last word, I would like to thank the government of Barbados, represented here by the Honorable Sutherland, for the collaboration in the organization of this forum. It could not have happened without your help. Everything that has been done with regard to this wonderful production, the organization of the program, Roshana Trim with her youth, thank you so much for everything you have offered the youth worldwide. And to the youth, I would like to say thank you for joining this forum. For some of you, it's been early morning. For others, it's been late at night, or I would say even perhaps early mornings as well. We appreciate that you joined us. We hope you had a good 3 days and look forward to continuing working with you on the road towards shaping the world together. Now, we have, of course, as this is virtual, been able to record most of the sessions, and these are available on the UNCTAD YouTube, so you can revisit all the sessions and listen again. But most of all, and I can see many of you have been checking your emails already, we're inviting. Take care, everybody, stay safe, and thanks so much for joining. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, Arlette.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Arlette.
Thank you so much, Arlette, for those closing remarks. And we're seeing everyone joining onto the Zoom so that we can say goodbye. And I just want to say that the Prime Minister of Barbados has said that when young people go to battle, the battle is usually won. And it is now time for young people to go to battle against inequality, poverty, and recognize that we do not have the luxury of time as it relates to the SDG goals or to accomplishing the goals that have been set out. It is important that we highlight to our governments, policymakers, and all stakeholders that in order for us to have a prosperous world, we must make the necessary changes. And I'm so excited to see everyone joining in. So I want us to leave having recognized how important it is to pull up and change the rhythm, inviting each and every person on the Zoom to turn on your camera. We want to see you. We are separated because we are in the midst of a pandemic, but it is definitely great to see so many faces from around the world. Hi. Roshana, I would like to highlight there are many from Asia still on, and believe me, there it's past midnight, I think, or around midnight. But anyway, it's very late. Awesome. So we can truly call this a global conference.
Let me turn on my light first. It's already.
Yeah, please, everybody, turn on your cameras. We want to see you.
Yay.
Hi. Hello, thank you. Hey.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, everyone. And so as we keep coming on, I just want to thank each and every person who has been involved in this, the Regional Youth Committee here, all of the creatives, all of the advocates who would have submitted videos. You've seen over 75 young people and policymakers engaged over the last 3 days. Geneva, Barbados. It's been amazing, and it's definitely been a virtual world tour. And so we are just going to close out with the youth song. I hope that you download this song, play as much as possible, because it's a beautiful song, and it definitely can't just exist for simply the length of this conference. The song has to live on because the message is very important, which is that we have to pull up and change the rhythm because change starts here. So thank you so much, and this has been the closing of the UNCTAD Youth Forum.
Nothing can divide us. Nothing can divide us. And we will never be silent. We will never be silent. We got a vision. We on a mission. To prosperity. To the true equality. The future's standing before us. The future's standing before us. Global goals we focus. Global goals we focus. We own it as beneficiaries. Innovation take